I was trying to mime. It's
Slayed it.
okay. We're good. We can be here. Okay, I'm just gonna start talking. That wasn't a no. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Tales from the Archives Reverie. Thank you for bearing with us. Technical difficulties can be checked off those bingo cards right at the top just to get it out of the way. Let's get started the way we always do with some introductions. Hi, hello, how are you? My name is James. I use she, they pronouns. I'm your game master and archivist for Reverie. You can find me most places at either Nice One James or TTRPGay. It's a little plot hook from me to you. You're welcome. And you can also find me with my hand cartoonishly pressed up against the glass of your local over-Christmas decorated toy store like a little Victorian orphan. And that's me. We'll move on from me right on over to Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana. You can find me most places on the internet at Sapphic Dragonona or making out like a bandit at my local Joanne's this Black Day. Hate to see me coming.
No, God, that's real. I wish you hadn't said those words to me because that's all I'm going to be thinking about. We will move on from there to Barnaby.
Hey everybody, my name is Barnaby. I use they and them pronouns. You can find me all over the internet at that's Barnaby, all one word. If you're finding me over in Blue Sky, I'm slowly leaving X like everybody else. You can also catch me over at Smoking Glue Guns Twitch channel on Vale of Athium every other Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Hell yeah. And we'll move on over to Mara.
Hey everybody, my name is Mara. You can find me on the internet at Lore Dropout or College of Lore Dropout, but try the shorter one first because that's less typing. You can also find me doing cool things everywhere, writing stuff, and huddled in the corner of an indie bookshop with just the bigger stack of books than should be physically possible for me to hold and or carry. Yeah, that's it. Read books. I don't know.
I will, but only because you asked so nicely. We'll move on over to Briar.
Hi, my name is Briar. They, them pronouns, if you would. You could find me everywhere on the internet at BeanaBees_ or on Blue Sky. There's no underscores over there because they hate my brand, I guess. That's the only explanation I could think of. You can find me yelling about Dragon Age. It's the only thing I've been doing productively for the past month or so. But my commissions are opening up soon if you're interested in getting like a little holiday gift for you and yours. I don't know. But yeah, that's where you can find me.
God, that's so exciting. I love when my friends open their commissions. Incredible. And last but never least, we will move on over to Jess.
Hi everybody, I'm Jess. I use she, they pronouns. You can find me on the internet at Seriously. You can also find me celebrating my wife who passed that UK driving license today!
Huzzah!
It's a really hard thing to do in this goddamn country, so slay. That's it.
We love a special guest appearance from TT's arm.
Always.
It's my favorite in the world. Incredible. Thank you so much, everyone. Also, VJ is streaming for us today. Everyone say really extra special nice things to VJ today, who has fielded far too many technical issues for such a short period of time that we've been here. You can find VJ at VJH Creations. They also sell things on Drive-Thru-RPG. Is that real? Itch.io? I don't know. VJ put the places that you sell things in the comments because I don't want to put it, but VJ makes incredible things and we're lucky to have him. Incredible. Let's move into some announcements. As always, be sure to follow us on social media. You can find us most places at Starlight Tales or Starlight Tales _. Specifically on Blue Sky, Twitter, and in our fan Discord, you can get weekly updates about upcoming programming. You can watch VODs from our past shows on YouTube. If you're watching this from the future, hello. I hope things are normal there, but unfortunately, I doubt that that's true. We also have an Instagram and a TikTok. As I mentioned, we have a fan Discord. It's a really good place to connect with other people who like to watch gay people in space. Also, if you tune into the fan Discord, sometimes you can see people correctly call plot twists coming months before I had planned for them to be revealed. It's very, very fun. It's a great place to connect with our community. For those of you who are in there, hi, it's great to see you again. We also have a Patreon. If you don't know what Patreon is, it allows you to spend, depending on different price ranges, a couple extra pennies in your pocket to support creators like us, making special unique content, and get special unique content in return. We do live streams, we have pieces of writing, you get exclusive sneak peeks at art coming up. It's a really fun place to be. If you're supporting us there, thank you so much for helping us make the queer and trans content we all love to see in this world. That's just for you. Also, with the holiday season coming up, if you're searching for dice and tabletop accessories, be sure to check out our good friends over at Die Hard Dice. If you find something like which you almost because they make beautiful, beautiful things. Be sure to use code Starlight10 at checkout for 10% off your order. Speaking of the holiday season, we also have merch, and our sweaters are so cozy. You can get a Tales from the Archive sweater, you can get a Starlight Tale sweater, you can get a Titty Moon souvenir t-shirt. We've got it all over there, folks, and they're all so comfy. And last, unrelated to the holiday season, be sure to tune in this week on Sunday for the next episode of Crow Lane, where everything is normal in our gothic horror campaign, and our slice of life, totally regular, everything is fine, not horror campaign at all, but it's really heating up over there. It's a good time, so check it out. And I think that's all the things I have to say today. Did I miss anything? Incredible. Then without further ado, let's settle in and crack open tonight's tale from the archives. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Let's talk about the last time we were here. So, last time on Reverie, our party settled into the village of Reverie and began to explore. From magic sweet shops to armor and cloaks, Ori, Lark, Alia, and Wick ensured that no stone was left unturned. And all quickly found that Thorn had visited the village just before the party, paying in advance for many of their items. Upon discovering this, Wick and Alia went in search of Thorn and found them lingering at the forest's edge. Meanwhile, Tavia and Elise dived into records of the past, unearthing records of Receiving Day from ages past, creation myths for the elves of the Expanse, and notes of the beliefs of Reverie citizens, namely the idea of memory being a sacred thing. Our party finally came back together in the small rundown tavern, Thorn in tow, and though the conversation was briefly derailed by wild magic saltwater taffy and peer pressure, they eventually sat with Thorn to finally understand who and what he was, and learned that if the Dreaming Gate comes down, they will almost certainly disappear with it. But it wasn't until Lark chased after him into the moonlit streets that the truth was finally laid plain. Thorn, Archfey of the Dreaming and last Prince of Reverie, is actually the fractured part of King Ambrose that once held the ability to love, to hope, and to dream. We ended the night with many members of our party finding comfort in the arms of the people they love, before settling in for one last night of rest before facing whatever lies in the castle beyond. We pick up the following morning on a fairly cold, lavender-scented street that you all stood at the base of and turned the other direction before, standing before this swirling purple lavender mist that covers the path forward. It is the hours before sunset, so it is cold out here and hazy and dim. You know you have a few moments before this parts. What are you doing? What are you talking about?
Did Thorn give us? Is Thorn with us, or is he gone already?
Thorn left the night before, but the thing about Thorn that you know is that he's always a sort of sharp glance off into like 20 feet away from popping back out.
I think Ori's just holding Wick's hand. I don't think baby girl's recovered yet from the news of losing Thorn, and to just kind of been holding his hand the entire way, not really doing any skipping or talking, just sort of being drug along.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. I think like just holding it back and completely having like full on, I don't know, any strategy conversation that would be happening. There's just the dissonance of strategy conversation while he's holding on to Ori's hand. But yeah, I think that's probably like waiting to see like what everyone's vibe is this morning.
Mhm.
Um,
What's the vibe this morning,
yeah,
everyone?
what's the vibe?
Alia is weirdly energized, but it doesn't necessarily seem at all focused on what's immediately ahead. I think that when they got up that morning, she like borrowed a few like a small like notebook and a pen from Elise, and is like the entire time that they've been walking has had her nose just stuck in it and is like looking up, muttering something to herself, writing things down. And is even now as they're standing and she's like she can't really see through these mists, so it's like, okay, there's no point in me standing and staring here and trying to strategize when we have no idea what's in there. So she is like just has her nose in a book, which is pretty rare sight.
Sure.
In a very similar vein, Elise is also writing in one of her new notebooks, kind of transferring like the scraps of paper that she took notes on yesterday. But I think usually when Elise is focused on things, her like natural state is to like be turned away from the group. But I think today she's very conscious of like, it's gonna be a rough day and there was some rough news yesterday, so people might need me, I suppose. So it was like kind of turned more into the group and is like actually like looking up every once in a while and like trying to like give a smile or a like, oh, nice armor, but like is so bad at it and is so awkward at it. And so then we'll go back to like transferring notes into this new book.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think growing up in court, Lark has spent a lot of time practicing the art of patience and waiting for things to begin or people to arrive or, you know, doors to open. So I don't think this kind of like period of waiting is particularly uncomfortable for them. And I think in order to kind of fend off any kind of mounting dread or anxiety about what's to come, they've just kind of like, they're trying to embody the imaginary scenario that this is just like another event that they have to attend, and he's kind of like standing kind of with his hands folded behind his back, just very patiently waiting.
Yeah. I think Tavia is standing kind of off to the side as well, and every now and then each of you feels like their eyes kind of settle on you, and those standing directly beside Tavia can see like the sort of like aimless nervous fidgeting of someone who is deeply uncomfortable in the silence that's settled over the entire group, but does not want to be the one to break it, as each of you are deep in your thoughts and preparing emotionally for what's to come here, and fights the urge to speak and remains silent. But a moment later, someone else does not have the same tact, as over your shoulder you hear, "Gods, it's grim here," as Thorn appears in the room behind.
I think Ori runs and hugs him around his waist.
Aw. You feel like a moment, just the briefest moment of surprise before he hugs you back in a very warm hug. Just, "Good morning, Ori. How are we all doing?" Sullen, it seems.
I do not expect anyone would be particularly giddy going into today, so I feel our mood is appropriate.
Sure. So, plenty of sad and quiet things in the castle above. I didn't think any would be walking through the doors today, my mistake. I hope this sullenness is not on my account. Kind of looks down to you, Ori.
And she's got those big ghibli tears.
Yeah.
Stroll down her eyes. I'm not worried about the sad things in there. I'm worried about the happy things out here.
Kind of like raises his hand and like very gently with his knuckles like brushes some of the tears away and just, my friend, you do not need to shed tears for me. It will be all right.
If I don't, then who will?
Does not have an answer for this question, and I just meets your eyes very steadily for a second before taking a slightly fuller breath and kind of looking to all of you and just, so are you prepared for what lies ahead? Do you feel prepared?
No.
Squeezes your shoulder a little bit.
Well, we
My
don't
goodness,
have
have most of you
to go
traded...
on.
Excellent. I was starting to worry that you had accidentally traded your voices away to some of the Fae in the area. As always, if there's any clarity I can provide, I'm happy to do so. Doesn't quite meet your eye, Ark.
I'm not looking at him. I'm still just looking at the castle, hands folded behind my back.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Sorry, I was not muted.
Are you accompanying us, or is this a escort?
As I mentioned last night, I cannot exist in that space for very long before the magic will take me again, but I will come when asked.
Wick, isn't there anything you want to say to Thorn? Might be, the last time that we see him.
Not you calling this man out. I feel like Wick would walk over there, and also give Thorn a hug.
Yeah, you get a warm hug and a response.
Then he's gonna pull part away and awkwardly walk back to his position next to Lark.
I think Thorn kind of like takes in the energy in the studio for a moment longer and just kind of clears his throat and... Right, well, I did not mean to intrude on your pre-journey preparations. I only wish to offer a gift for you. I'll leave, unless it would be unwelcome. I'd hate to impose.
It's very welcome. You're not intruding.
Thank you, Ori. And Ori and anyone who's looking at Thorn, you watch as his hand sort of like extends and a swirl of magic kind of wraps around his fingers, and sprouting from his palm is a long, bright purple forget-me-not with 5 petals. And he extends it out to you and just sort of smiles and says, "A wish for every petal. Save one for me. I suspect you will need me present towards the end if your wishes change things.
I think Ori.
If you need aid, yeah. If you need aid, you need only pluck one and make your request. I will do what I can."
What if I need it now?
You can just ask, my dear old friend.
What if I'm not ready to say goodbye?
Well, then I think it's a very good thing I'm not going anywhere just now. It's you all who are leaving, in fact. I'll be here in the village.
It's gonna be weird not to be able to call your name and have you standing right there.
I know, though I think some members of your party will be relieved at this. Sort of a little bit of like a wry.
They're hurting, And they don't know you like I know you. I know what your dreams and your wishes look like.
It has been an honor to share them with you, my friend.
And it's been an honor to watch you grow.
Kind of like reaches up and just like pushes some of your hair out of your face, and just after a moment just kind of like looks at you with that same like very, very fond like smile with just the smallest tinge of sadness. And then we'll just straighten and right, well, if there's nothing else I can do for any of you, I will take my leave. Allow you to face the past, I suppose.
Hori like takes a little too long to let go of his hand.
Yeah.
And then walks next to Elise.
Yeah. And we'll kind of incline their head towards all of you and begin down the path.
Yeah. Luke's gonna give a deep bow, like he would give to, like the one he gave to Lark when he realized who Lark was.
Yeah. Is there anything any of you would like to do in these last few moments as the sky just begins to tinge a brighter color?
I feel like Wick, beside Lark, would kind of just say, it is a great gift and a great burden to know the mind of one's father.
Take a point of jam inspiration. Holy shit.
Yo! I don't know if Lark knows how to like respond or acknowledge that. I think you very much can tell they've received it and they put it away somewhere.
Wick acknowledges that, nods, and just like, I'll follow your lead.
I'll follow yours.
Just nods his head.
I think that
No, go ahead, sorry. No, go ahead.
before Thorn has gone too far down the path, once they've gone a little ways away, Aelia kind of like finally really pulls her nose out of the notebook she's been working in.
Mhm.
Oh, fuck. And is gonna go after them for like just a second.
Yeah.
And catch up and say, listen, everything
Yes.
that you are is extremely complicated for me and for the people that I care about, but when you get back, when you are him again, I imagine that you will feel hurt and vulnerable and embarrassed. I know what it is to be knocked on one's ass in front of an audience of hundreds. And for the sake of the part of him that will be you, there will be a hand. But you have to take it.
I don't know how much of him will be me or I will be him. But the part of me that will be me will reach back.
I can work with that.
So can I. And I think that he like tucks a hand against his chest and gives you a very deep formal bow. And then stands again and just, my queen, be well.
She heads back down the path.
Last call. Anything anyone wants to do?
think Elise is just gonna, like, give Plum a pat on the nose.
Mhm.
A scary castle is no place for a unicorn, so you wait here, alright?
Plum kind of like pushes his like face into yours a little bit and like nuzzles in your stubborn like, oh, kind of way. And I think the like series of like images that flashes through your brain is like walking side by side with Plum past the mist as he sort of stubbornly like bows his head to you.
You need to, wait in case we need to make a expeditious retreat.
Kind of like looks at you, these like huge like lilac eyes kind of searching your face. And he just kind of snorts like a stubborn agreement, and you watch as like a little bit of like that warm air kind of you know what I'm saying. I lost the word for it, but you know. And just kind of like looks at you, and you see like the devotion in his eyes even as he sort of like folds his legs beneath him and sits on the pavement. Just waits.
And then I think Elise will look around and kind of seeing the trepidation in everyone, Elise will take the first step toward the castle so no one else take that step and start walking
Absolutely. I love that. Inglia, you are just able to kind of join in with the group here as the first raise. Oh. I'm going to keep talking because we did prepare for this, but I'll talk slow. Okay, great. Alia, you to rejoin the group as the first rays of dawn begin to color the sky above. Pinks swirled with orange and the last blues of night above. As the world grows brighter, the mists begin to glow, catching in the light as if containing millions of tiny starlit galaxies. Slowly at first, they begin to ripple in a breeze you can't feel, swirling softly into each other, one spiraling star system at a time, before finally parting a path in the center, just beyond which waits a towering set of metal gates attached to a crumbling but still strong stone battlement that encircles the castle. And as the mists finally part, those gates creak open with grating creak, allowing you entry into the path beyond. Elise, you take the first step. I'm assuming the rest of you follow. I'm assuming Elise is not speed running the castle on their own.
Yeah.
Bye,
Yeah, Elise,
Elise.
you got it.
Good luck.
You got it,
Good
dude.
luck.
You'll figure it out.
Keep sure remember, Glenn. No pressure.
She's strong, but she's 500 years old.
That's
Help,
That's
nothing.
nothing.
please.
Or he's like stepping in your shadow right behind you.
Incredible. Yeah, just out of curiosity, what is the marching order? We have Elise in the front, Ori behind.
I think Luck follows pretty closely after.
Sure.
Stuck to my husband.
Okay.
Luke would be in the
What,
rear.
you're taking up the mic?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Tavia will sort of linger in the same vicinity as you, Lark, and Alia, but a little, kind of like trying to bridge any gap between the group as one by one you all step beyond. You are immediately enveloped by an ice-cold rush of air, heavy with lingering magic and thick from remaining undisturbed for so long. Anyone who turns back watches as Thorn's figure, silhouetted in hazy purple morning light, disappears unmoving in the distance as the mists slowly cut you off from the outside world again. And when the metal gate finally shuts with a final echoing, squealing latch, you are surrounded by an all-consuming silence. Before you towers the castle, made of white stone that has since become flecked with glinting purple-toned silver from the blanket of dreaming magic that covers this place. Its towers loom over you, deep blue steeples blotting out all but the most stubborn rays of morning light. The cobbled path you're on continues forward some distance, towards what you can see from here is a massive dark wooden door, gilded gold accents still managing to shine in the hazy light. And surrounding that path are what you imagine were once lush green gardens and hedges, vibrantly colored flowers, and softly swaying trees. Now, however, only the skeleton of its former grandeur remains, gnarled branches and grayish-brown leaves long since curled in on themselves for warmth. what would you like to do?
I think Lark takes a breath and kind of like inclines their head towards Wick and says, "You know, I don't think I ever knew my father's mind, and I think that's half the problem. But I have a feeling we're about to find out." And we'll take a step forward.
Yeah, absolutely. How are the rest of you feeling here in the shadow of the castle?
I think Ori, for the first time, is experiencing dread. This is like baby's first time going to summer camp. Like, this is the farthest she's ever been from home. She's feeling lots of new emotions and feelings. And is just sort of feeling this sort of dread. And instinctually is just sort of attaching herself to whoever is the closest. I think she is legitimately scared.
Oh,
I think that for all of her talk the last few days about not knowing if she prefers fighting big scary monsters or being at court, Alia is having a moment of, oh, we're gonna do both. Okay, cool. This is great. Definitely has like one hand on her sword and the other one kind of like out. If Lark wants to hold her hand, I don't know if that's what he's feeling right. Okay, I don't know. You're going through a lot.
I will always
Captain
hold my
Emo.
wife's hand. Are you
Okay.
crazy? If I'm not holding your hand, I have no hands.
Okay. Yeah, I think as they're walking, I think that subconscious, like, I think that she starts kind of like seeing all of these like dead or dying like leaves and trees and just like things that were once living and are maybe still alive. I don't really know. I think that she subconsciously starts doing something that Alia has never done before, which is druidcraft. And as they're walking, I think that Lark kind of feels the little like flowery vine on their like little makeshift engagement ring just kind of starts like growing and just like creeping on both of their hands, like holding them together.
take a point of jam inspiration because that's gay.
Thank you. You can always multi-class in the 11th hour, guys.
It's true. How are Wick and Elise feeling here?
I think Elise is in kind of entering the zone a little bit of like, all right, there's work to do, and if there's one thing I know how to do, it's get my work done well and on time. So I think kind of entering into that a little bit, and is just focusing like any possible discomfort or anxiety, worry, fear, into the fact that like she can feel the wind on her ankles because she is 6 inches taller and her skirt does not cover them anymore. And like I think it's just like every like it's just like, yeah, that's the only reason I'm nervous, not because I think this battle is gonna be bad or go bad or like anything could possibly go wrong. It's just because I can feel the wind on my ankles, and that's weird. Like that's kind of like the outlet. And I think is just trying to like project being like, we're gonna be fine. Not necessarily feeling, but trying to project that as she moves forward.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like Wick feels torn. I feel a bit heavy. I don't think that Wick's oath has ever felt like a burden. It always felt like an easy thing to do. But now it's for the first time where that oath I feel like is going against. I don't think Wick wants to leave. And is realizing that like, oh, I'm gonna have to if I follow my oath. That's unfortunate. And having that feeling of like, I really don't want this, and every step just feeling a little bit heavier as he goes forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Ori, as you're walking as well, I think you are met with this unfamiliar feeling to you as a being who is created from dreaming magic. I think you are sort of hit with this feeling almost like the way it feels to like get a new piercing or get a new tattoo or like add something to your appearance, add something to like your body, where you are like, you know that it is of you, but you know that it was also not always there, as this old and ancient magic that fills every single inch of this area sort of like meshes with the magic of you, and it is similar as they come from the same place, but it's not you, but it is you in sort of a strange, fundamental way. You feel you still have the ability to like manipulate the surrounding area that you do, but it's odd. It's like speaking two dialects of the same language from the air.
I think the water that kind of like fills Ori turns darker. I think it takes less on the visage of like river water and more of like sea water. And that she is a darker, more pure blue as opposed to that greenish blue.
Yeah. As you all sort of like take a few steps in, and Tavia kind of clears his throat and just, okay, so just to be clear, do we have a plan? Are we just sort of walking in and seeing what happens? We're looking for, kind of stops short, looks up at the castle and just mouths Astra, right? Do we have another, what's the plan? You guys said you were following each other's lead. I don't know what that leads.
Are we trying to find her? I can help with that.
Oh shit. We are, right?
So.
Okay.
And also kind of like fishes the key out of their pocket and figure out whatever this unlocks.
Hmm.
I suppose a tertiary goal is to just understand this whole place better, because when we are joining the worlds, I feel like this location is going to be very, very important in that. So that is something we are going to have to understand better as well.
Yeah. Okay. And I'll keep an eye out for Bella, too. I don't know. She should be here somewhere. Hopefully, unless, they've left like a convenient 10 minutes before we get here, which seems to be the case constantly. But, yeah. Okay, yeah. We're just gonna walk in.
Yes.
I thought walking in head first with no plan was sort of your thing, Tides.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. Yeah, it's just not usually like really deeply magical places. It's normally just like someone's house.
I mean,
Yes.
if you think about it, a castle is just kind of someone's house.
Well,
And
that's a
you've
really good point.
Certainly broken into castles before, so this would be right up your alley.
It shoots you a little bit of a sidelong glance. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. What's the worst that can happen? Really?
Death, dismemberment.
Oh.
If we play
Is
this
that on the
game,
table?
we're gonna go in. Let's.
Just to be clear, is dismemberment on the table? Or is it just
Oh.
Possibly.
Certainly.
okay.
It's
Cool.
kind of been this whole time, a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you recall the
Obliteration
giant
from
fire snake
reality.
that almost killed us? Yeah, that as well.
This planet is so strange. Okay, let's
Don't worry,
go.
none of that'll
Strangest
happen to
place
you.
we've been.
I'll make sure it doesn't.
Oh, thanks, Ori. That's really nice, actually. Thank you. I'm glad I have one friend in this party. Kind of like walks up and wraps an arm around your shoulders a little bit, Ori.
Or you said you had a way to find Asher, maybe?
She's going to like pull out of her robes a dowsing rod.
Mhm.
And she's going to use locate creature.
Ooh, yeah. What does it look like?
I think she like taps it like a tuning fork and sort of whistles. And it sort of floats for a second and is going to just kind of point in the direction of looking for like Astra. I think she's gonna like use our pirate king and like, what do they look like? Think of them in your heart so that I can find them.
Yeah, I can like visualize it. Unless you would need me to say it out loud or.
Don't you have the? Was it an illustration?
Oh
of Bella
shit!
or-
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. You have a picture.
That's so real. And there it is. I was looking at that last night and I still forgot. Tavia will kind of like reach down into their like pockets and start rifling through, and will bring out a very, very worn old journal that the rest of you have seen, obviously, but Ori and Wick you've never seen. And it's like the kind of journal where like you can tell it's been opened and closed so many times that like the pages don't really lay right. And Tavia will kind of like flip through pages and pages and pages of the same sort of like scrawled handwriting. And in a back pocket, pull out a little piece of parchment and unfold it. And you all see a sort of like charcoal sketch of a feminine figure with... oh, no, wait. Do I have a sketch of... I do have a sketch of Astra. I was thinking of the one of Bella Bones. Of this like feminine figure looking like fairly young, younger than those of you who saw Astra recently would remember her looking like. With this sort of like long, slightly like kind of curly dark hair and these like bright eyes with little flecks of what look like starlight in them. And you are looking on the message of Astra.
I'm just gonna say her verbal part of "I wish to find Astra."
Yeah.
It's gonna start pointing in the right direction.
So you sort of like send out this like ripple of magic into the air, and you feel it sort of like stretch and spread through the different like corners and mouse holes and caverns and every little entry possible into this magically sealed castle. And I think what you are immediately sort of hit with, you can't get the full castle, but you sort of get like a lot of the bottom floor. And what you are immediately sort of hit with is the way that like as your magic ripples, it doesn't ripple smoothly outwards the way it would with water. Like part of it will ripple and then you'll feel like the pattern change and it will begin rippling in a different direction. And you understand that the rooms in this castle are moving. But as it spreads out, let me make a luck check to see if she's within 1,000 feet. You are not able to tell where Astra is from here, but you are also outside. You get the sense that if you cast it once inside the castle, you may have better luck.
Okay. The magic out here is different. I don't think it worked. I think we have to be inside.
What? Let's not waste any more time.
Okay.
Yeah. You guys can make your way down this path. It's a fairly long path, and there's a few sort of crumbling steps that lead up to the door. But a few minutes later, you are standing before this very clearly very old, dark wooden door that's been hand engraved with flowering vines and sort of like gold filigree. Does anyone reach for the handle on this door?
Yeah.
You reach for the handle and you pull, and it is locked.
That he did.
Yeah, is there like a keyhole in this door by any chance?
You ask because there is a keyhole, actually.
Yeah, cool. Is it like the kind of same size and shape as the key I have in my pocket?
Yeah, kind of. Weird coincidence,
Wow,
right?
that's crazy. What if I just made
Crazy.
Tibia Tides lookpick it, though?
Could be really funny is the thing. It'd be a really good bit, I feel.
It could be. Well, I'll try the key first, and we'll see.
Okay. Yeah. You pull out this heavy, cold metal key that as you hold it now, surrounded by this sort of like frigid environment, something about it feels just a little bit warmer in your palm. And you gently kind of slot it through the keyhole. And I think everybody kind of holds their breath for a second. And it turns. And the latch opens. So you unlock the door.
Oh, fancy that.
Hello.
Do you step in the door? Do you open the door?
Yeah, push the door open.
Beautiful. Give me 4 seconds because my notes... The thing about Notion is that sometimes it says you don't need your notes. And that's always wrong, is the problem. Let me scroll down here. Okay, great. You open the door and you are immediately met with a small entryway. It's a medium-sized room shrouded in that same chill, furnished with once fine and now peeling wall paint in shades of sickly green and swirling floral patterns that you suspect may once have been pearlescent, but now dust clings to it so tightly it appears nearly gray. Before you, also forward, are 2 closed doors, grandly designed but beginning to rot. One to the left and one to the right.
Left.
Give me 1 second to change the music.
Are you saying left because that is what your magic is telling you, or is it gut feeling?
Just like the word left.
Good a reason as any, I suppose.
I love that. No, sorry, go ahead.
You feel like Wix in the background being like, for once, I don't know if I would.
Alia's
My
also
wife-
looking like, oh, okay, we're just gonna vibe check it?
No,
All right.
think maybe we should double check with perhaps the spell. Perhaps.
Okay. Pulls out
But
the
inklings
Dalby
are
rod.
very powerful things.
Or if you're maintaining concentration, your spell is still up. Technically, it'll last
Okay.
for an hour.
Okay, then do it again.
Yeah. So keep your spell slot, please. As you sort of like step into the room and these large wooden doors kind of shut behind you, you are once again hit with that feeling. It's almost like standing on like a boat that's like rocking very heavily in the waves, where like it's just hard to catch like stable footing in the environment of this castle, as you feel like the magic intrinsically of this space is constantly shifting and moving, and rooms are moving. None of you like hear the sound of like grating stone that would come with like switching rooms, you'd think, but Aura, you can feel this place changing and like malleable to like whims that you can't tell if it's like the magic, if there's somebody controlling it, but things are constantly sort of like changing and moving in here.
Does it
As
feel
you-
similar to the dreaming? Like in the way that the dreaming's constantly shifting and changing?
Sort of, but the way that the dreaming changes a lot is sort of like a creature like breathing, where like sometimes like the pattern isn't necessarily one, like not everyone breathes the same and things change in that way, but it is like inherently natural. This doesn't necessarily feel that way. Like you don't get the sense, this isn't like a smart house necessarily, like there isn't like a sentience in the castle, but something in the magic of this, you don't get the sense that it's like, maybe an insight check actually, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, you got it.
I'm gonna cast Faithful Hound while we're standing here. I want my
So-
fucking dog.
And actually, I'll give you advantage because you are made intrinsically of dreaming magic.
Okay. That is a 28.
28, the sort of impression that you get from the way this place changes is almost like a small creature running from a predator. Like you get the sense it is not the movement of something that is at rest and that is calm. It feels like a survival sort of instinct to change and reshape and move. 20, it's a great roll. Do you have any questions about that?
I don't feel any sort of sentience to it, right? Is it like, is magic in this world like alive? Does it have a conscious or a subconscious to it in that way?
In the world, generally, no. The dreaming itself does have something akin to a sentience. In terms of like it, like can be like reasoned with and persuaded and convinced, and like it has like wants and needs and things like that. But it's never been anything like corporeal. This feels more tangible than like regular dreaming magic.
Okay.
A lot of the like dreaming sentience is like not unlike Ori's sentience when they were just the wishing lock, or when they were the dreamlight lock, where it's like, you know, you have like this like desire to look through dreams and these sort of instincts, but you weren't like walking around before you met Thorn. That's sort of like the way the dreaming magic is normally. This is kind of more like you are now. There is
Okay.
like a stronger sentience and a stronger like desire to change.
I think Ori is familiar with this anxiety, this
Mhm.
sort of fear, and I think she's going to go and find the nearest wall, press her forehead against it, and very quietly whisper to it, "It's gonna be okay." And I'm gonna cast a calm emotion.
Oh, That's good. Take a point of GM inspiration. Oh my god, that's huge. Yeah, I love that. You sort of like press your palm into this peeling wall paint and send this little like burst of magic into it. And I think, at least in like sort of the vague vicinity of where you are, you feel as if something pauses and listens to you. Not in a malicious way, but in like it holds its breath for just a second.
We're here to help. If only you'll let us.
Would you do me a favor, please, and roll me a d6?
Got it. That's a 2.
A 2. Perfect. You are going to gain a dream blessing from the intrinsic magic of this place. The dream blessing that you get is called Tucked In. 3 times before your next long rest, when you or an ally within view fails an ability check or saving throw, you can instead make that roll succeed. I will send that in the chat as well. Yeah, as you sort of like reach a hand out to the magic of this... As you reach a hand out to the magic of this place, I finally figured out what's doing it. And you feel it just like hesitantly reach back. You also, with this locate creature, for just a moment in that like quick and small like slowing of movement, you catch a very faint blip of your locate creature on Astra at the outskirts of your range, deep in the castle.
Am I able to get a vibe if it's left or right?
You get the sense that they both lead forward, and that is the
Gotcha.
direction you need to go.
Then I think Ori is going to use this chance to be like, it's to the left.
Incredible. Yeah, absolutely. Ori, are you reaching for the door on the left as well?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. You reach for the door on the left, and your hand meets the cool metal of the handle, and you turn and open. And you are met with a long hallway stretching forward of that same sort of like, kind of like peeling green paint. You see these walls have like a handful of sort of like slightly crooked portraits that you can't quite make out from this distance, and some like dust-covered windows. But it leads forward, which is the right direction. Do you step inside?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are the rest of you following?
Yeah.
Who do we think is the last person out of this room?
Well, I said that Wick would be holding up the rear. I feel like I'm still maintaining that.
Would you make me a perception check as you step from one room into the next, please?
Oh my lord. You telling me to roll is the most nerve-wracking thing. I don't know why. Sorry. Perception.
You're okay.
Okay, yeah, that's just an 18.
That's okay. 18 will do it. As you're sort of like crossing the threshold into the next room, something in your like peripheral vision to the right, kind of like, just like a little bit of movement. And as you turn to look, the right door is gone. And it's been replaced before. There's now just like a little bit of like a dark wooden end table with a vase of roses that are far, far gone, covered in petals, and 3 unlit candles. And there's no trace of the right door ever existing.
I don't care for that, but sure. Continues on.
Absolutely. You can step into the hallway and shut the door behind you. And yeah, you're all in this long hallway.
I'm gonna walk right up to those portraits.
Yeah, absolutely. You see there's like 3 in this hallway. There's like 2 on one side and 1 kind of to the right. And one of them appears to be like a very, very like fine sitting room with this like sort of plush dark chair. The paint is like sort of faded, but it's kept the image for the most part. There's this like beautiful like plush ornate armchair and a little bit of like a table with sort of a cup of tea and flowers on the side, and just a very beautiful like finely decorated room. That's the first one.
No people in it?
No, not this one.
Okay.
The next one, did you look the second one down to the left or the one on the right first?
Whichever one's closest to me.
Yeah, that would be the one on the right. They kind of like alternate.
Zigzag, yeah.
The one on the right you see, you kind of actually recognize as like perhaps was painted in the gardens that you just, the garden that you just walked through. You see the sort of like hedges, but now in shades of like vibrant green with these sort of like soft pink flowers scattered throughout. And you see there is a like fountain as well that is no longer there, so you're not sure how long ago this was painted. And you see there's like a basket of flowers to one side and a kind of like suspicious empty space in the middle where you see the hedges, you see sort of like the battlements in the back, but there is like space for something.
Against my better judgment, can I just very gently like press like a fingertip to this like paint?
Yeah. You're able to touch it. It's like cold and you can feel like the dust and grime that has settled here from thousands of years of just like still dead air. Other than that, you don't feel anything strange.
Is there like an artist signature on this anywhere?
Make a perception check.
27.
27, you see in the bottom in sort of like gold script, there are just the initials LO.
Okay. Do I remember anyone of that?
The sister.
On
You
the
do.
family tree? Was it the sister? Cool. Slay. Yeah, then I'll look at the third portrait.
Yeah, the third portrait is just like, it's sort of like the circular frame of a portrait, but there is nobody there.
Oh, okay.
It's just sort of like a plain kind of like wallpapered background. Nice, like sort of golden oval frame. This one is not the same signature. This one is not signed, but you've seen enough like official royal portraits to recognize that like this seems to be the framework of one.
Well, these appear to be missing some subjects.
What do you? Yeah, okay.
Can I see if it looks like something was like torn out of the frame, or like if there was never anything there?
Without even a check, you can tell it doesn't seem like this painting has been like altered in any way necessarily. You don't see like tear marks or anything like that. It almost appears as if like the like whatever sort of figure was the centerpiece of all of these, whether they were the same or different, it's like someone just sort of like reached in and like plucked them out, essentially.
Just for old time's sake, can I check behind the port? Can I
There's a bird in the walls.
Just this an old phone call from my sister just is rattling in the back of my head, and I'm like,
Sure.
let me just check.
Yeah, you sort of like lift these large portraits off the wall, and you just see like sort of peeling. There's like sort of the outline of the portrait in like the way that the dust has settled. Other than that, there's nothing.
No birds.
Thank goodness
What?
for that.
Huh? Oh, it's a long story.
Okay.
Well, let's proceed.
You see Tivia kind of goes to one of the windows and like kind of like covers their eyes and tries to look out of it, and then like takes his sleeve and starts to try to like wipe some of the dust away and looks out of it. And like looks down and like checks his sleeve, and there's like grime on his sleeve, and then just okay, the windows are fucked. That's great.
What do you mean? I'm gonna go look.
You look out, it's like it's almost like he had not wiped anything. There's just like a thick sheen of like dust and grime, so much that you can see like the hazy light kind of coming in from at the bottom. You can see just sort of like the vague outline of like what's probably dead bushes, but you cannot see anything out the window.
Fascinating.
Great, yeah.
What are we looking at?
Nothing.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I was trying to look out the window, but it's sort of just like designed to say fuck you in particular. Not fuck you in particular, like a general, like.
So fuck you in general, not.
Yeah, like it's sort of general. Yeah. Okay, well, onward.
Yes.
All right, yeah. You guys can start making your way down the hallway.
The doors.
You can kind of see one like maybe like 10, 15 feet away.
How long is it gonna be 10 or 15 feet away, James?
I don't know what you're talking about. You're walking down the hallway.
Okay.
I walk 15 feet. Am I any closer to the freaking door?
Doesn't seem like it.
Great.
That's
Go,
Oh, wonderful.
Ori, where are you in the group?
I think I've wandered over to wherever Wick is, either walking beside or in front of him.
Wick, are you still kind of taking up the back?
Yeah, I don't think Wick is still standing by the portraits, kind of
Sure.
staring at them. He's like, I feel like I'm not smart enough to figure this out, but I'm staring at it because the vibes are off.
Sure.
Yeah. Like he's kind of staring at the portraits, like looking at them oddly.
What are you looking for, beloved?
I don't know exactly.
What's supposed to be there?
Typically, a person. Painting.
What if you put a painting in there?
That is an option, I suppose.
Gonna use shape water, or he's gonna put a picture of. He's gonna make a 3D flat ice sculpture of of Lark.
Obsessed with that.
Got a picture in it now. Did that fix it? Did I win?
I don't know. Any closer to that door?
I think it's kind of like it's quite uncanny. No, not yet.
Your Majesty, who's supposed to be in this picture?
Well, I don't know. I assume one of the inhabitants of this castle once upon a time.
Can Elias make some kind of history check to see if she can piece together
Sure.
anything?
I'll say make it with disadvantage, just because this is sort of a long shot, but...
Yeah.
Can I give you guidance?
So add a d4.
Where's my d4? Okay. Oh, nice. 4. Okay, so that is... History, that's a 17 plus a 13.
Oh my god, so a third?
30.
Christ.
Damn. Wow. Incredible. Yeah, I think you sort of squint at this picture, and I think you who has spent so much of the previous day delving into what life was like in this period of time and the way things worked, I think you are able to sort of discern a couple things. We'll say, if it's alright, you're looking at the one with the gardens. Is that alright with you? Cool. I think one, you sort of also note the signature at the bottom, and you sort of make that connection as well to Lysandra Oakes, the princess. And you note that if there's a painting being hung here by a princess, there's a not small chance necessarily that it's probably someone from the royal family or something sort of vaguely unofficial. You don't get the sense necessarily the princess was going around just sort of painting random people. This was probably just a fun evening spent together. You sort of look around. You see this basket of flowers and some gardening tools off to the side. And you sort of run through the vague information you have of the family. You don't necessarily think this is the king. Might be the queen, but even then it's kind of unlikely that a portrait of the king or queen would be hanging here in such a this isn't the royal wings necessarily.
Right.
This is a very sort of public part of the castle. Your best guess is this probably was either once maybe one of the siblings, Ambrose or Florian, or unless there is from the family tree that Lysandra stepped away and married someone else and started a family. You don't know what that name is. That name has not made it onto the official family tree. It could be that person, but again, it's unlikely it would be that person because this is hanging in such an official public space. So you think it's probably more likely it's one of the brothers.
Well, I mean, if we are going off, Lysandra and where this is, and of course, because it is, more official viewing, and, very, skims over it, and I don't know that anyone can necessarily follow the points jumping. It is probably going to be, either a portrait of Ambrose or his brother Florin. So we could try and put one of them back. I do not know if it'll work, but if we are going with this series, I think one of them would be a good, or both, potentially, would be good candidates.
How do you intend on putting them back? Painting them in?
So I just want to clarify. I'm so sorry. His name is Valerian. His name is not Florian. I don't know where the fuck I pulled Florian from.
I was
sitting
looking
here
at the
like,
family
I'm
tree
so
for the
sorry.
last
It's
few
Valerian.
Valerian.
My bad.
Another brother! God.
Ah!
Another brother has hit the Twin Tower.
Oh, God.
So do we just need the picture of them?
I don't know. This hallway isn't allowing us to reach that door. Perhaps we need to do something here. Repair these portraits somehow. Figure out a way to look through those windows. I'm not sure. I don't have any paints on me.
Make a wish, Your Majesty.
What do you mean?
Wish for the paintings.
Okay. How?
Just say the words. I'll take care of the rest.
Right. I wish for these paintings' original subjects to be reinstated.
I'm going to use Ori's Circlet of the Whispered Wish, which allows me to recreate any physical non-magical item. I'm going to like pluck the wish from your face, like the little voice of thread. I'm gonna blow onto it and conjure forth the paintings that are needed.
Yeah, I love that. You sort of like send this gust of air out, and you watch us like in. We'll save the painting that Elise was looking at first, the one of this garden. You sort of like let out this gust of air, and you watch almost as if like the figure had been there all along, and you only had to like blow dust off of it. You watch as your magic like reconstructs the figure of someone that you don't recognize, but those of you who are very familiar with the family members of the Oaks can instantly see a relation to. This is a sort of like masculine presenting figure, fairly tall based on this sort of like fountain beside him, broad-shouldered and like almost looks like laughing, and these like sort of like bright eyes. In sort of like a white shirt, the edges of the sleeves are tinged with soil. You get the figure this person was doing some actual gardening before they got roped into portrait for your sister duty. Has this sort of like deep emerald green hair that falls in curls, and like some of them fall in his eyes, but the rest of it is like tied back. Fairly like simple dress for a prince. But you see he's also like sort of holding this like bright red rose. And yeah.
Helio kind of nudges Lark. And see, I told you so.
Yes. All right. Fine. Well done, Ori.
Thank you. Couldn't have done without you.
Okay. I'm gonna like take Ori's hand and go, let's try this one together, and start walking towards that door again.
Yeah. As you guys watch, or as you walk, you also watch as the other two paintings fill with sort of this same figure in different poses. The portrait very clearly like an official royal portrait, and you see like a sort of silver circlet with molded flowers on their temples. And you all are able to walk the real last 15 feet towards this door. With no problem.
I think Lark will pause in front of the door and kind of like offer it to Ori. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Majesty. So that first genuine smile, and she like turns the knob. After you?
After you, I insist.
Okay.
Incredible. Yeah. You all step into as you sort of turn the handle and the door creaks open a little bit. Alia, you hear the sound of like a string quartet sort of start like coming through the door. None of you hear this except for Aelia. But just sort of like the not a creepy one, like a regular. Just sort of like the muffled sound of music kind of trailing in.
She kind of just tilts her head to the side, seeing if she like recognizes this as like a classical piece or anything, or if this is just
Make a history check with advantage, because you just heard so much string music at the ball that you planned.
exactly. I had to listen to so much. History, you said? Wonderful. That's a 19.
19, yeah, I think you sort of like recognize, you can't name the piece necessarily, but you sort of recognize it as like one of the like historical pieces that has sort of like lasted through time and made it into like the general every year Monarch Ball set list. Set list feels like a weird thing to say for a string quartet, but you know.
It's a set list. Yeah. It's,
Yeah. But yeah,
there's
you sort of like kind of like hum along with the tune a little bit. Like you recognize, you know where it's going, even if you can't name it necessarily.
Yeah, I think that she kind of is trying to place it and is humming along with it at like in the way when you're trying to like remember a song and you have to like sing to get to the chorus so you know what the name of the song is.
Yeah.
And then kind of gets to a part she recognizes and goes, oh God, if I have to hear that one more time, I'm going to lose my mind.
I quite like this one.
Lark, you don't hear it.
Babe.
Oh, you can hear her humming
I
it.
don't hear it.
Only
Oh.
Aelia hears the music. You all do hear Aelia like humming something all of a sudden, but only
Okay.
Aelia hears the instruments.
Interesting.
So
Gonna
I just
say-
starts humming.
Hey, what?
The music. I think there must be someone else here playing it, unless the instruments are enchanted. Maybe we'll have a dance battle. That'll be the next thing we get through.
That sounds exciting.
Vivia's
The
eyes kind of
river-
like flick to meet yours, Wick, and then like come back to you, Aelia.
The music. Oh, okay. Just me? Wonderful. That just probably bodes incredibly well. Fantastic. It's just a string quartet. It's a classical piece. We play at the ball every year. Heard it a million times.
Coming
Is there a
from
dance to it?
where?
Is there a dance? I don't fucking know.
The same sort of like structure that like you could waltz to.
Mm.
Not it doesn't have its own like special dance, but
It's usually a waltz. Well, shall we face the music, so to speak?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll kind of just start heading towards it, cause fuck it.
yeah. Aelia, you can kind of step up to this door, and you feel like I'm sure that Lark is close behind you. You feel Tavia kind of like standing very close to your left shoulder as well, not allowing you to walk through this door alone.
Two boyfriends.
This is my boyfriend, and this is my boyfriend's boyfriend. And none of us came to fuck around today. Yeah, you sort of like reach this door that's still like cracked a little bit, and you feel like sort of the golden light come, like this sort of like flickering of like 100 candles, not dissimilar to sort of the environment of a monarch ball. And as you sort of like push the door open, you are greeted with this sort of like entryway. You can see there's like two double doors that are also kind of creaked open about 10 feet in front of you. And you are surrounded by finery. You see a chandelier above, only like half of which the candles are lit and some of the crystals are missing, but it still like glints in the flickering light. And as you step through, you watch as all of the candles kind of around begin to like spark to life one by one. The tile beneath you is like very fine. And mostly unblemished and untouched by time. And as you step into this room, you hear not only the music, but sort of coming from that one cracked door in front of you, you hear sort of like the muffled murmur of voices and like the clink of glasses and dinnerware. And you can sort of like begin to smell like cooked food. And it sounds like a lot of voices on the other side of this.
I think a part of her heart, just with the song and this bearing such a striking resemblance to that ball that went to shit, I think a part of her heart just aches for the night that she painstakingly planned and then didn't get.
Yeah, absolutely. As the rest of you step through, you see most of this as well. This area is not lit in golden light for you, and the candles that light are lit in blue and purple flame. They are not lit in your standard gold. You still do not hear the sounds coming from beyond the door. But you watch as like the candles kind of light and like the cobwebs and the chandeliers sort of rustle a little bit with the change in the wind. Elise, I almost called you by your real human name. Correct me if I'm wrong, you have a paladin feature that allows you to see through dreaming illusions, yes?
I do indeed.
Would you tell us a little bit more about that? As I feel like, I don't know, I just have sort of like an instinct maybe that's going to be relevant for the next 2 sessions.
Yeah. Let me find it on my...
Yeah.
Nope, that's...
It might be your aura. Don't hold me to that, though. I homebrewed it a long time ago.
Okay. It's called Streaked Eyes. As an action, for the next 10 minutes, you can either allow yourself to see through any and all magic of the illusion type to the truth, or give yourself to see the power to see all active magic and magical effects within 30 feet of you, as well as your school of magic. Is that to what you are referring?
That is what I'm referring to. This like ability does not activate for you necessarily, but you sort of like feel, as someone who is familiar with like the feeling of dreaming illusion, this sort of like the way that Aelia hears the music beyond, you sort of feel like the pull of dreaming magic and dreaming illusion in that direction. It does not feel like hostile to you necessarily, but you are very aware that this next room, whatever is in there, is very full of this particular kind of dreaming magic.
Yeah, then I think on instinct, as Elise steps into the room, I'm gonna flare that.
Yeah.
And start looking around with...
You get a glimpse of what Aelia is seeing in this room. It's not that same like vibrant, like bright kind of surrounding, but you sort of like look at the candles and you watch the flame kind of like sputter between the two. It's almost like you can sort of see what Aelia is seeing, like overlaid on the images that you are seeing, and can discern the differences between the two. And you very faintly hear what Aelia is hearing as well. Not as strong, not as viscerally, but...
Sounds
Aelia,
like
I can hear it as well. I can
company
sort of see
in the next room, or we might be the company.
Yes. I think Elise will just start talking aloud about, like, you know, that candle is also doing this, and this tapestry also looks like this. Kind of like giving the rest of the party a more full picture.
I think the longer that you're talking and the more like discrepancies you point out, the more unnerved Aelia looks at the sudden realization that she cannot trust her own senses right now.
I think I just wind an arm, kind of like place a hand at the small of your back and just kind of like link an arm with you.
Well, onward. We'll push open the door.
Yeah. As your fingers kind of find the metal of the door handle, you expect this to be cold the way that all the other like metal handles in this space have been, but it actually has like a warmth to it. Like a sort of like soothing, kind of like putting your hands before a campfire on a very cold night kind of warmth. And as you push it open, you step inside a massive, massive room. It is packed with these sort of twirling ethereal figures, long fluttering gowns and coattails, leaving swirls of glimmering purple magic behind them. There are, it seems to be, hundreds of occupants at what you now recognize as a ball. Every step you sort of take closer if you continue into this room, you watch as the clothes appear less decaying and moth-eaten, their hollowed features become flush and bright, and the smell of food and spiced meat fills the air. The music is also much louder in here, not uncomfortably so. And you hear as like the song that you were listening to kind of changes into another. And this is one that you recognize as something that you are fond of, as the music sort of changes from discomfort to pleasant. You are surrounded by the beauty of a ball from 2,000 years ago. The rest of you step into this room, and you also can hear, so it's sort of like muffled for you, but you can sort of hear like the laughter and the voices. You can't quite smell the food and the drink, but you hear like the sort of strains of music as if they were echoing down a long hallway from a room just out of sight. And you also see these ethereal figures, but you see them as they are, which is moth-eaten and decaying. No features necessarily. You sort of see like the shadows where like eyes and gaunt cheekbones should be, but you also see them swirling and dancing, hundreds of them, in what appears to be, for you, a much less inviting looking ball.
Do these figures seem to acknowledge us at all? Just like...
Are you staying up by the door?
I think I think Alia has taken a few steps in. I think that music, she's immediately drawn.
Yeah, as you sort of take a few steps in, you feel Tavia's like hand just kind of come up on your elbow, not stopping you, but just sort of like anchoring himself a little bit more to you. And as you step in, this is a massive room. You're still like kind of 20 feet from like the bulk of people here, but you sort of like feel a few like kind of eyes on you. You see a few of these figures who are not sort of like twirling. Most of them are dancing, but the few that are sort of lingering about seem to look at you and sort of like raise these like spectral crystal glasses in like acknowledgement and greeting and welcome.
I think while this is happening, Elise is just very quietly like explaining the scene to everyone else so they can all be on the same page, but like super quietly staying back so Alia can do whatever Alia needs to do.
Sure. Everybody, will you please make me a perception check? Alia, you can make it with advantage. And Elise, Tavia will give you the help action because you can see both.
Got a 25.
25. I'm going to start with Alia, and then I'm going to ask for all of your rolls, so keep your rolls in your brain as we go for what Alia sees versus what the rest of you see. Alia, as you sort of like scan the faces, all sort of like non-distinct as they are more like ethereal space. Even with this vision, you can see these are more like ethereal beings than they are like anything like tangible. You can see, you know, like different like hairstyles pulled back and like some like little features of note. But across this ballroom in the distance, you see a much more like solid and concrete and tangible face sort of like appear above from like the few steps. You see sort of like light blue skin and dark blue hair pulled back, a silver crown, and just like dripping finery. As you see the version that you do not know, but a version of Queen Cordelia from across the room look at you and break into this huge grin and like raise a hand up to you and like motion you forward. The rest of you, what are your perception checks?
26.
26?
Dirty 20.
Beautiful.
12.
12?
16.
16, perfect. So the three of you who are not Lark, you aren't able to necessarily like distinguish any faces in here specifically. Wick and Ori, I think you are sort of like caught up in just the number of figures in this room and the ways that like the magic that makes them kind of blend into each other. And in a lot of ways, like it makes it kind of hard to distinguish like where one person ends and another begins and like which couples go with whom. You're sort of like overwhelmed by just like you haven't quite gotten your bearings yet. Which is understandable because it's crazy in here. Elise, with your 20, I think you kind of similarly get caught up in seeing both visions. You can't quite make out the details because there are so many people in this room, and kind of same for you, Wick and Ori, because they're moving, all of them, it's really hard to like pick faces out of the crowd necessarily. Lark, you do see a figure on the far end, but you do not see Queen Cordelia. Other than that, she does the exact same movements, the exact same things. But you see a figure in sort of this like slightly like glowing, like flickering like a candle, kind of like silver color feminine figure. A crown on her head, this sort of like long curly hair pulled back, bright smile. I think you sort of similarly recognize like just a touch of like Oak's lineage in there somewhere. Like she sort of looks like someone you could be related to. in a very like fine gown. Looks to be some sort of nobility, maybe a queen, maybe a princess, you can't quite tell, but has like the sort of dripping finery and the crown of someone who would be of a royal family. And you watch her sort of smile, seeing Aelia, and raise her hand and motion her forward.
I think my hand's kind of still wound with yours, and I think he just says, "Do you recognize that woman?"
It's Cordelia. It's been a few years. Well, I guess not enough years.
That's not who I see.
Oh. Interesting. But she's there.
I see a woman, a royal. I'm not sure who she is.
Well, she seems to be able to see me. Do I see like a good, clear way to get across this dance floor?
I mean, there are a lot of sort of like people in the area. You think no matter what, you'll have to like kind of like weave between people, but you are familiar enough with like the sort of pattern that people waltz with and the way that crowds move. And they're not all like, you know, when you like dance together, you have to have like, can't just be like bumping into the couples and stuff.
Yeah.
You think you could probably weave a path. It just, there isn't like a straight shot, but you can probably get there.
I think that she just kind of starts to, like, still holding Lark's arm, starts to kind of try to, like, pull through and make it through the crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. Is anybody else stepping into the crowd with Aelia besides Lark and Tavia, obviously? Or is there anything else anyone would like to do simultaneously as well?
I think Ori... Oh, go ahead, Elise. Okay, that's fine. I think Ori would try to like drag Wick with them to do a waltz across the floor. I think Ori's gonna try to get across there by like waltzing there.
I love that, absolutely. Incredible. You can sort of like, has Ori ever waltzed before? Do you think Ori has seen dreams of waltzing?
I think she's seen dreams of waltzing, but has not actually done a dance before. Not at least not the waltz.
Sure. Wick, do you think you've waltzed before? No. Okay.
I'll be the lead.
Incredible. Would you then make me, I'm going to say either a perception check or like a dexterity saving throw, or if you want to pitch me a different one, that's okay. Just to sort of like patch like the movement and the beat enough to like kind of seamlessly join into this crowd.
What were the two choices?
You can pitch me one if you'd like. Off the bat, mine are like dexterity saving throw or like a perception check to try and catch it. I could argue like an acrobatics check.
I think I'm going to do dexterity saving throw because I think that his focus is still very much on Lark and Aelia being like
Sure.
a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is a 16.
16, okay. And Ori, are you making one as well?
Yeah, I'm gonna do an acrobatics.
Perfect.
What kind of waltz is this? What do you mean?
A very jaunty one. She's
doing the flip.
That is a 27.
27, okay, great. Wick, with your 16, I think you're sort of like trying to keep an eye on like their movement as they begin to weave through the crowd, and I think you become sort of like attuned to the way that this crowd is moving, both the waltz and otherwise. But you don't quite catch the steps. But Ori, as you like watch the sort of seamless and fluid way in which these people dance, you are able to sort of like catch the rhythm of the waltz and like enough of sort of how the steps blend into each other that at the very least you think the two of you can like get in there. And yeah, you two of you start waltzing?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You can take each other arm in arm, and there's like a brief moment of a gap as these couples kind of swirl around each other. And you can step into the throngs and begin dancing around this crowd. I will come back to you in just a moment. Is everybody else pressing into the crowd?
Elise is gonna hang back,
Okay.
just because she can see both and like keep an eye on things.
Sure.
And can I make a like Arcana check to see if it's like just the dreaming illusion going on, or if there's something else?
Yeah,
Going
I'll give you advantage on that.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah.
That's a 2 and a 1, so I don't see fucking
Oh.
shit.
Okay. Yikes.
Can I use the tucked in to let Elise succeed?
Yes. Absolutely. So you succeed on this roll. I think you can tell that this is like very much dreaming magic. I think you don't get the sense also that like this is necessarily like a spell that has been cast, but instead is sort of like a unique way in which like in this room the threads of the dreaming are weaving together. But because of that ability use, I will also give you get the sense that like there is a person in this room whose will is likely consciously or not directing like how the magic moves in this room. Like the magic itself is the orchestra, but somebody in here, even if they don't know it, is composing.
Okay. Then I think Elise is just gonna stand by the entryway and like scan and like see if I can pick out who that is or like figure out how this all is working.
Beautiful. I will come back to you in just a moment then. So Aelia, Lark, and Tavia, you are pressing into the crowd, yes?
Yeah. I think Aelia keeps, like, she's trying to keep her eyes on Cordelia and stay focused, but I think that she's at a ball and she kind of can't help it. I think she's getting distracted and is, like, making little comments about, like, oh, Camille would kill to be here to see these dresses, and, like, oh, and this song was... we didn't get to it. It was supposed to play at the end of the night, so we'd have time to dance to it, and, like, just all these little things.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Luna. I agree. Retweet. Yeah, you sort of like press into this crowd. You guys have to one after the other in here just because there are a lot of people moving and it's hard to walk. Like, there isn't enough space to walk side by side. But Tavia will walk behind you, Lark, kind of giving you like the ability to like anchor yourself onto Aelia. And you guys can kind of start weaving your way through. When you start weaving your way through, you can sort of like very easily like sidestep some of the people who are waltzing and sort of like let people with serving trays go. And you take a few steps and somebody sort of like walks in front of you, this like tall figure with sort of like a spectral top hat crosses. And as he passes, you can no longer see Cordelia on the other side.
Oh, can I like look? I try to like look around, assuming that I've just like lost her in the crowd somewhere.
Make a perception check.
Okay.
I'll give you advantage.
Oh my god, thank you.
Mhm.
That's fine. That's a 23.
23. And Lark, this person is also vanished for you. Would you also like to make a check?
Yeah.
Perfect. You do not have advantage.
That's a 29.
23, 29, perfect. We will start with Aelia then. Aelia, actually that's kind of poetic. Aelia, with your 23, you kind of start like scanning the faces around you for Cordelia. And you don't find her, but sort of like still in front of you, but more kind of to the right. You see like a sort of like familiar like flash of brown hair, and you turn and you hear kind of off in the distance, you hear, Aelia! As you recognize Flora's voice, and you catch just like the briefest like glimpse of her face as she passes through the crowd. Lark, you also hear this, but you do not hear your mother's voice, and you do not see your mother. You see that same figure.
Okay.
I immediately, like, she's transfixed on it, but whereas before, like, kind of some of the stress was, like, melting away at just, like, being in this space, like, her brow is very much furrowed again. I don't think that your mother was at a monarch ball over 1,000 years ago, was she?
What?
Okay, she's calling to me, and we'll kind of wave.
No, still the same person, darling. Can I like try
Are you
to
sure?
like, keep hold of you in between these like weaving peoples? Very sure, very sure. Nope.
Okay. Fascinating. I think she's that direction, and kind of start to...
Okay. Runs after you.
Yeah, as you kind of start weaving off in that direction, with the... It feels weird to say three of you, but I'm one of them. Would the two of you make me a dexterity saving throw, please?
Okay. Okay.
That's not a one.
I got a
Yeah.
nat
So
20.
crazy.
Not 20. Perfect.
And-
Lark, I'm so sorry, you rolled a 1, is that what you said?
Yeah.
That's so funny. The duality of man.
Oh, I love this couple.
Me
Fail
too, Your
husband
Honor.
and girl boss wife.
Well, that makes you feel better to be a rolled a 3, so you're in good company.
God damn it.
Yeah, Aelia, with a nat 20, we'll start with you. you're able to sort of like begin weaving through, and you feel like people are kind of like continuing to waltz, and like one song kind of ends and begins another, and the tempo is a little bit faster. And so like the spaces between people are harder to catch because they're moving faster. But it also feels like the people who aren't dancing are standing closer together too. But you're able to sort of like walk to the side and like press through these tight spaces in the direction that you're going. Lark, you are feeling pressed in against all these like figures that are not like corporeal, but you feel like kind of jostled as if they were. You are going to take
Wait,
what? You're taking 1 point of psychic damage because I rolled like ass. Tabia is taking 6 points of psychic damage. Incredible, the duality of man on a d6. But Aelia, you are like kind of like 2 steps ahead of them. You can still feel like Lark's hand on you, but it's farther back than you'd expect. But you take no damage because you rolled a natural 20 and can sort of like keep weaving through these people in this direction.
God. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that she's still holding on to... I think that there's, like, probably, like, sorry to make Lark's stomach drop out of his ass, but, like, I think that there is a moment where she, like, does start to, like, let go and, like, almost starts to, like, pull ahead,
Sure.
but very quickly, like, grabs back on. I don't know how we're going to get through this.
How would you usually navigate your way through a ball?
Well, kind of looks at all of the dancing figures that, and then the pace has picked up. I mean, we didn't get to last time.
Right. Oh, okay. Sure, what could go wrong? Shall we?
Let's. And we'll...
Are you gonna dance?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, you can do so. Tivia, who's sort of like gets like absolutely clocked by like a random person, and it's like half to be like, "Ow, hey," kind of like turns and watches you guys begin to dance and goes, "Oh, hey, what are we? Oh, okay." As you guys sort of like swirl into the crowd. Elise, you see all of this from your vantage point. You watch Tivia just get absolutely like decked by an elbow. As they try to sort of walk through, you see them begin to whirl. And I think because you're taking time with this, you also catch sight of that figure off in the distance. You see both images of Flora and of this person that you don't know. And I think you instantly get the sense that whether or not she knows it, this is the person whose will is making up this room.
Okay. Then I think seeing the other couples dance, Lisa's gonna give such a big sigh and then go, like, call out, like, Tivia! You're not going to
Tivia doesn't seem to hear you.
Ah, damn it.
It's loud in here.
Then Elise will start to, like, not gracefully try and get to where Tivia is.
Incredible.
Like, touch his shoulder.
He like jumps. And then he turns and goes, "Oh shit. Hey, are you okay? This is like weird."
You're not going to ask a beautiful woman to dance with you?
Kind of like, despite the setting that you're in, like, stands up a little straight and goes, "I didn't think you'd be interested."
Well, I have no better options. And like,
Right,
gives
okay,
me-
yeah, come on.
Oh my god.
And yeah, you can start to dance as well. Wick and Aura, you fall seamlessly into this sort of like pattern of couples, and you watch like the world kind of spinning around you. You catch like glimpses of Aelia and Lark and Tivia's faces like every now and then as you pass, and you are able to catch as not all three, as both now couples sort of like fall into this pattern of dancing. The more you dance, the more just like giddy you feel and warm and like happy. And it's not like there is a part of it that you recognize as like foreign and odd and out of place, but there is something about just like holding each other and swirling and dancing, and you feel like your worries kind of begin to lift, not taken from you, but set aside. as the world just spins and spins and spins and spins. Everyone else who is dancing, you also begin to feel this, but you have not been dancing for as long as what Gunnery have. You feel like that sort of like light kind of feeling of dancing.
I think that
What do you
Aelia
do?
is very much trying to steer towards that figure as best they can in this crowd.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, sure, I'd love to.
Can she do it with advantage because I'm helping?
Yeah, sure.
Nice. Okay, that is a 21.
21,
No,
yeah.
24.
24, perfect. That's more than 21. That's huge.
Yeah.
You are sort of like caught in this dance, and there's like the first time you go to sort of like begin making your way that way, you like begin to turn and to step, and then the rest of the crowd kind of moves, and you find it's just like easier to kind of fall back into the pattern. But the next time it goes around, you can begin sort of going in that direction. You no longer see that figure, but go ahead and make me a perception check. I'm gonna make it flat. You would have advantage, but the room is spinning because you're spinning, so it's harder to see.
That's so true and so real.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not as good. That's a 19.
19, there is just like the briefest second where towards the front of the room, you catch is like a flash of Astra's face, but it's gone in this pattern so quick you can't even like really register it. You just like, you don't know if it's like a memory from that night at the ball or if like you really saw her, but you just get that like flash.
Damn it. Lost her.
Yes, me too.
Well, I mean, can I, like, looking in this room, are there, like, doors on the other side of it, from the other side of the hall that we entered into?
You don't see
Like-
any? Like, you still see the door you came through, but
Yeah.
at this point, you don't see any other doors. And you notice, even though you did not close the door behind you, the door you came through is closed.
Oh, okay. That's fine. That's normal.
Yeah, regular. Probably just breeze or something. I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah. Breeze in this massive castle and close the
Mhm.
big heavy door. That's fine. Yeah, I think that just her grip on Lark is just a little bit tighter, and whereas before she was very much like leading and steering them, she has no idea what direction to go.
Could I do something a bit fucky?
Absolutely.
I don't know if Druidcraft is like technically. I don't know. It says like small harmless sensory
Okay.
effect. Can I like
Yeah.
make the sound of like, you know, like a fanfare, like a trumpet, like an announcing trumpet with like a little bit of a cantrip effect?
Yeah. Do you have minor illusion or thaumaturgy or kind of either of those? If not, it's okay. I might make you roll about it.
No.
That's okay. Then I'm going to say make me either a persuasion or an arcana check to see if
Okay.
you can sort of like convince the magic of the dreaming to create this effect for you.
Okay. I will do persuasion. That's a 19.
19. That's so weird. I also rolled exactly a 19 on the die. That's crazy. I think you sort of like weirdly trumpets join the string quartet, and it's definitely out of place as this sort of like a piece of your like will makes its way into the fabric, but not fully enough to do like the exact effect.
Okay, then as these trumpets kind of like join the string quartet, I'm gonna like raise my voice and just go, announcing the queen.
I almost said that was a 19 again. That was crazy. It was not. It was a 16. You sort of like make this declaration, and you feel like some of the dancers around you kind of like pause and halt, and some of the sort of like people around that sort of general area turn. The rest of the party continues on, but you feel eyes on you from the general direction that figure was.
Can I get like a gauge of like when I like announce the presence of the queen, are they kind of like looking to Aelia or are they looking to someone else?
They're mostly looking at you, as if
Fair.
like waiting for something.
You yelled.
Yeah.
I did yell about it, huh?
Yeah. A stranger just walked into the ball and started yelling on the dance floor. So they're kind of looking at you. You have their attention. Also, as a very quick side point of order, Ori and Wick, you both gain a point of jam inspiration. You've been dancing for 10 minutes. We'll come back to my other three. Is there anything the two of you would like to do in this moment, as well as you just feel like this like lightness in you, and just like the way that the candles, which you don't really note are now gold, they're not blue and purple anymore, but as this sort of like golden light and the chandelier above begin to like blur into this like beautiful gold spectacle around you.
Can't help but feel that like Wick would be like some part of Wick would be deeply suspicious about
Sure.
being this giddy. And so like something is wrong with that. Like he's like very happy, but also like a back of his brain, like something is wrong. I feel like. Sorry.
No, you're okay.
I don't know how successful this would be.
Yeah, with it.
But would try to cast Dispel Magic on Ori.
Which spell?
Dispel Magic on Ori.
Oh, Dispel Magic. I thought you said the spell magic, and I was like, tell me more
what?
about that.
Favorite spell.
Yeah, I made it up myself.
magic spell, yeah.
I didn't tell you
It's
about
just
it,
like the
though.
magic one. I don't know.
Yeah, I just like this is a little something I had in my character sheet.
It does like everything. It does like the all of it. Yeah, you cast Dispel Magic on Ori. What are you casting it at 3rd level?
Yes.
Go ahead and roll, not because it doesn't work, but just because I'm curious what you got. Go ahead and roll that spellcasting check for me.
Love that. Okay.
Thanks.
Hello. Okay. That is a 19. Yes.
Oh wow, 19, beautiful. Yeah, I think you sort of like send this bead of magic to your wife, and Ori, through like the giddiness and the awe, you feel like just like a little bit like sort of like creaking open a curtain when it's like pitch black inside to let in a little bit of daylight. You feel just like a tiny bit of clarity begin to shine through, and it doesn't like fracture this image. It doesn't take the joy away, but you just feel like a little bit of clarity in the way that like some of the windows in the back, the light is different. Like the sunlight is coming from a different place in the sky. And you become aware of like, you don't feel like you've been dancing for that long, but like your feet kind of ache and your legs are starting to kind of hurt. I feel like you've been dancing for a really long time. And as you sort of like look around, you see like the dancing like faces around you. You watch as they become a little bit more haggard, and the gowns and the coats become a little bit more moth-eaten. And you sort of become aware that like the people here have been dancing maybe for thousands of years. Too long. But almost maybe it doesn't feel like it's been 1,000 years to them. And you become very aware of like the strangeness of the passage of time in here. And the way that you just like, a part of you really wants to keep dancing.
I think Ori like realizes all this, but very selfishly, because baby girl needs this dances for like another 5 minutes.
Not for 5 minutes.
That's what that is. Incredible.
And it's going to like, and I like stop. I think we have to stop. Something's wrong. Not with this, but with kind of gestures towards everything. How long have we been dancing?
I don't know, about 10 minutes.
Feels like an eternity. Not in the romantic way, but in the, the literal way. My feet hurt. These people look like they've been dancing for a long time. My beloved.
Like, even though I feel like this giddiness still, like, and he's still under that, because he's still, like, able to, like, break out of that, or it's, like...
Yeah, it's not like...
Okay.
You don't get the sense it's, like, compelling you to continue, but, like, doing so makes you feel so light. Like, you feel the urge, but you still feel like you had the choice to stop.
Yeah. Feet hurt, the dance stops immediately.
Yeah, the more you think about it, the more like your feet do kind of hurt, and like the places in your armor that like when you wear it for too long kind of rub a little bit, you feel like the beginning of that ache, just a little bit. Ori and Wick, would you make me a history check?
History check?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
I give my husband guidance.
I don't know nothing.
Don't worry, baby. I know everything.
It's fine. That's a nat 20
25.
anyway. So that would leave to.
Yeah!
Oh,
my husband.
cute.
So proud of
Oh.
him.
Then Wick, as you're sort of like, your steps are just kind of beginning to falter, you remember this like, sort of like, not like scary story, but more like this kind of like fairy tale that before you passed into the lands of the dreaming, that you like remembered kind of like hearing every now and then. It was like a popular like kind of kids fairy tale, but you probably like read it to your siblings or like heard your parents tell your siblings. But you just remember this story of like the ancient fae and like the mortals who would come and meet them, stepping into like a circle of dance and dancing and dancing and dancing and dancing, and time continuing on and them growing old and even dancing as skeletons just like into eternity. And that's specifically like the ancient fae and dancing is really easy to get caught up in.
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, just them stopping the dance and just like looking out across the room to like the other two pairs.
Yeah, you see like Tavia's like, it says something quietly to you, Elise, that's probably like something in the variation of like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, and then like trips over his feet and like laughs in the loudest, most like unburdened way that I think even those of you who've spent months with Tavia have ever heard, and it kind of like echoes through the room. Elise, you feel this same kind of like lightness. And Lark and Alia, you also feel this. Alia, it is like doubled for you in this moment as you just feel like the relief of like taking the weight off your shoulders and not having to guard anyone and not having to plan anything and just being happy here with your husband where everything is fine and regular and beautiful and you're not in charge of anything. And how fucking awesome is that?
I think that at some point in all of this dancing, like the ribbon that she had tied on the end of her braid has like fallen and kind of fallen to the floor, and like her hair is just like loose and down, and it's like she is caught between these like moments of euphoria and just like surrendering herself to like the tide of dancing, and also like these moments of lucidity where she is just like grabbing on to Lark the way that somebody who is like drowning in a shipwreck holds onto a barrel. Yeah.
I feel like Wick would look to Ori and be like, you go to Elise and Tavia before going towards Alia and Lark.
Yeah, absolutely. We will follow Ori first, and then we'll pick up with...
Or he's going to cartwheel and or flip their way through the crowd.
I won't make you roll for it, because that's really funny.
Baby girl's an expert cartwheeler. She's going to touch Elise, and I'm going to cast protection from evil and good on Elise.
Yeah, I love that. Elise, then I will say you sort of experience the same thing. Combination with your streaked eyes and with this protection, you feel like that kind of sliver of clarity come through as well.
Yeah, I think, like, as that happens, Elise looks at Tavia and has a moment of, like, something's wrong because there's only one man I've ever danced with who has made me feel this happy, and it's not fucking Tavia times.
Damn.
Holy shit.
And I think, like, feels that touch and, like, startles. And, like, looks at you, Ori. Yeah. Hello. What's...
We've been dancing for a really long time. I think we're caught in something.
Right, there is a figure who is two people in one. It doesn't matter. that is, I think, controlling this. We need to find them, and I think we'll like scan the room to see if she can pick them out of the crowd again.
Yeah. Very quickly before we resolve that, would you also make a history check?
Yeah. That's a 17.
This same myth that Wick remembers kind of comes to you in this phenomenon, but you also remember a specific inn and tavern you were in. Well, I guess it's not really days ago for you now because you've been here for some time and who knows how long you've been dancing, but what feels like just a few days ago, just before you set off for the dreaming, called The Lasting Dance, with 2 skeletons dancing in a circle on the side.
We need to get out of here right now.
Yeah, you can go ahead and start looking around for that person. I will say, because you, like, took the time a minute ago to, like, identify them and sort of, like, track their movements, and you can see both versions, I will not make you make a check about it. You sort of see her still towards the front of the room, and you see, like, the sort of, like, double version of her that I think has become Queen Cordelia again, like, grinning and laughing, and the version of her that is her, or whatever sort of manifestation, echo of her, is not smiling. It looks like there is almost like it's not quite panic, it's not quite sadness. There's like a desperation a little bit on her face as she watches everyone dance.
Then I think Elise is gonna point that out to Ori and Tavia, and then I think is all pretense of potential politeness gone. I think is just gonna start like throwing old lady bony elbows and like make her way through the crowd.
Or walking behind you apologizing.
Tavia, who did not have a spellcast on him, sort of like does like a half stumble continuing the circle and is like, what? Elise, come on!
I think, you know, like, sighs, kind of turns around, grabs Tavia by like his wrist and just like drags them through.
Ow, Elise! Elise and Ori, I will not make you make this check actually. Elise, will you make a dexterity saving throw to push through the crowd, please?
Yes, what do I do? My dexterity saving throw. Ooh, I get a plus.
You also get advantage because you have protection from good and evil.
That is true.
Oh, God bless. It's worse. That's a 13.
13, that's a failure. You take 9 points of bludgeoning damage as the crowd, like, kind of bashes into you and pushes you around a little bit.
Oh, God.
Tavia, if we're being honest, is going to auto-fail this because he's being dragged and he just wants to go back to dancing. Tavia takes also 9 points. Cute. You take 9 points together. But you continue to make a little bit of progress. It's just a lot slower going than you would like it to be. Wick, you can kind of fall into step a little bit with Alia and Lark.
Yeah. Gonna cast Command on Alia.
Love that.
That would be a Wisdom saving throw of 15 for Alia. I'm just gonna command Alia, stop.
Am I okay? James, do I have to make it? Like, is the magic that
You can fail if you want to. Your will is not taken from you. You just have like a really strong urge to keep going.
Okay. I think that she stops.
Yeah, absolutely. Lark, do you stop as well? You are not compelled to stop, but Alia stops in her tracks.
Ooh. I think to flavor it, I think Lark in this moment like has heard that like bright peal of laughter from Tavia, and for just a moment like kind of like carried away by the dancing and the lightness that they feel, like allows himself to indulge in a reality where like he and Lark could exist at court together and dance together. And then I think Wick's voice breaks through and like shatters that dream so abruptly with that like stop that Lark just like chokes up in his throat and is like, what?
Wick kind of just like grabs on to Alia's arm and be like, are you queen or not? Is this not your ballroom? This is not your dance. Focus. Something is wrong.
Right. Right. Fuck this. I'm not spending the rest of my life planning fucking parties. And I think is going to start still holding on to Lark. Can I try to make it to the edge of this crowd to like grab like a glass of champagne or like some kind of like glass something?
Make a persuasion check.
Sure.
I'll give you advantage.
Oh, you're being so nice to me, which is really scaring me. Not gonna lie.
The cool thing
Terrifying.
about this thing is if you kind of play along, the dreaming lets you, is the fun. I'll
Okay.
let you in on the
Yeah.
secret, everybody.
It's a 17.
17. You don't have to make a save. It's still like kind of slow going. But you sort of like see a tray like kind of like 20 feet in front of you, which is about like you have like 20 feet to get to the tray and then like maybe 15, 20 feet before like you reach what you presume to be like the edge of the crowd where you keep seeing that figure kind of appear. So you can sort of like start weaving that way. You don't take many damage or you don't have to make a save or anything like that. But yeah, you can start weaving. Would you also make me another perception check? Actually, I won't make you make one. You've made a couple successful ones. She wants to be seen. Fuck it. Ignore me.
Alright.
Don't do that. As you sort of look forward and begin weaving through, you catch the sight of another face. And there's a moment where like, you have this like pause where you're like, clearly a queen. Who the fuck is that? Oh god, does Ambrose have another wife? And then it like clicks. And with horror, you realize you are looking at yourself as queen.
Oh,
With like drawn cheeks and like the same sort of like heavy sad eyes that you've seen like you saw Flora with that night that you found her crying. No armor, just like dripping with jewels that almost seem to like weigh you down more than anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Alia, like, she has managed to take this, like, champagne flute and just looks at herself for a moment. And looks down at herself now, absolutely, like, decked out head to toe in from another life.
Yeah.
And I think will, for one moment, raise her glass to herself and give her like a nod, and then turn back to the rest of the party with the same kind of like sudden booming voice and bravado, shoulders back, chin up, that she had when she made her toast at the Monarch Ball, and will very loudly cling the glass to get everyone's attention, and just speak out and say, "Honored guests, it has been another wonderful year. Thank you all for celebrating. I think now it is time for you all to get some."
The entire ballroom, string quartet, dancers, passerby, servants, freeze. They don't just pause to watch you. Everything freezes. For all of you. And you all like really feel this like sudden stillness. It's like going from night to day in the blink of an eye, just the way everything stops. Like people pause like mid-sip, mid-dance, mid-laugh, except for this figure at the front who just looks at you. And you like blink and you don't see yourself. You see the figure that everyone else has been seeing. This like sad-eyed woman with like low shoulders and a smile that's like just shy of being sad. And as you like finish this toast, you see she like looks at you. She raises a glass to you. And like mist on the wind, everything in this room except for you and her and your party members evaporates. And in that gust of wind, the candles flicker out and you're left in this sort of like hazy mid-afternoon light. Just looking at her. You've got like 20 feet between you. Also, for anyone who was still feeling the effects of the dancing, that is gone. You see anything?
It's a beautiful dream.
Thank you. I thought it would last forever. I thought a lot of things would last forever.
They have a funny way of melting away in the morning sun, don't they?
Why did you stop?
It's a beautiful dream, but it's not mine.
It could be, though, don't you think? It's easier, isn't it?
I didn't take this job because it's easy. The challenge is half the fun.
Not for me. Never for me.
I'm sorry that you didn't get yours.
When things are here like this, it's almost like he's just out of my sight, you know? It's like he's not gone, he's just late.
I know, but if we keep dancing in place, how can we step forward?
I don't want to step forward.
I
Without him, I don't know how.
I think that she kind of looks back at Lark, who had been step for step with her the entire time. You'll find a way.
If I don't want to.
Then you'll just be trapping yourself and everyone.
What if I step into the next room and he's not there?
It's a risk we all have to take.
You'll make a wonderful queen, I think.
Big shoes to fill.
And you watch as Queen Isolde kind of crosses the distance between you, bringing with her the smell of fresh flowers, and reaches up and sort of like plucks the circlet from her head and holds it out to you.
I think that there's just a half second of hesitation, and I think that she'll kind of put her hand over hers as she accepts it.
You sort of take this circlet, and it's not nearly as heavy as you're expecting, and again, it's sort of like the handle, it feels like warm, and like the right kind of heavy. And where your hand kind of touches hers, you feel like a little bit of cold, and her fingers leave you, and she just looks at you, and in a very like motherly gesture, just reaches out and like cups your cheek in her palm, and takes a breath, and nods, and pulls back, and you blink, and she is gone. You have gained the boon of the approaching dawn in this crown. You can choose any of your ability scores and raise it by 1 permanently. And I think that's where we're gonna take our break. Don't change that Twitch channel. We'll be back in just a few minutes for more totally normal metaphors for grief. We'll see you soon. Bye. Welcome back. We pick up exactly where we left off, with all of you alone in this ballroom.
I think Lark just kind of threads his fingers with yours, Alia, and just says, "Are you alright?"
Good, I think. And I don't think puts the crown on yet.
Sure.
But I think we'll kind of like attach it to her belt. Good. That was cathartic, I think. She looked like me at the end there.
That's fucked.
Yeah, that's a word for it.
Sorry.
Maybe she was a version of you. Choices not made. Kind of what dreams can be. Things that we've wanted.
I don't think it was something I wanted. She looked tired.
There are many different kinds of queen. I think you are in a league all of your own.
Thank you.
Elise is gonna look around for a new door.
Yeah, without even requiring a check, you see that the ballroom doors that you came in are gone. Like, there is what almost looks like the painted, like, as if someone like went and just decided to like paint fake doors on there. They've recessed into the wall, but you see a door on the far left end and a door on the far right end.
Ori, do you have an inkling of which direction we should go?
Right.
All right.
All right. Literally, all right.
Yeah.
You guys head over to the right door. Would somebody please roll me a D... Give me a second, I'll get there. A D4, please.
Yeah, I got it. A 4.
Take it away. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. You all kind of walk in this direction. And Ori, from just within, you sort of see like spilling golden light just underneath like the crack in the bottom of the door.
Oh. It's light. That must mean we're going the right way. See, 'cause it's right. That's why it's the right one.
Gonna open the door.
Yeah,
Castle.
absolutely.
Right.
You feel that same like warmth that Aelia felt on the door handle as you open it. And you step into a much smaller room. Not a like small room by any means, but coming from like a ballroom into what like is probably the size of like just like a regular bedroom, like not the largest bedroom in a house, but like a fairly small one. Before you is this like huge window spilling golden light in, despite the fact that the sunlight here is not gold, but it's beautiful. You kind of hear like a soft like humming off to your left very faintly, and as you get closer and sort of creak the door open, this sort of like comes to you on the breeze in the way that the string music did for Aelia. And as you sort of open the door, do you step in immediately or do you kind of like peek?
I think having recently been tricked and not wanting to give the husband a heart attack, they will peek in.
Yeah, you kind of peek in, and you see a like sparsely furnished room. The walls have been painted lilac, and you can sort of like smell like just a tinge of paint in the air as you step in. You can't see this figure kind of off to the left, but you see like the shadow that she's casting on the wall. There's sort of like a hand raised. You can't quite figure out what she's doing, but seems to be like maybe facing away from you, and just like the way that her arm is moving. You also see, this is such a weird question, but with the dreams that Ori has gotten, do you think that she has seen enough slightly assembled furniture to clock that it's furniture and not just like a bunch of wood? Weirdly, like it's nowhere
Yes.
near like being completed. Okay, great. So then you recognize sort of like a like you think it's going to be maybe a rocking chair based on the way that like there's one sort of curved piece and it's got like the beginnings of a leg, and you see that like there's like sort of the arching back part and it has like one in there, but it's like we're not in chair vicinity yet. You see like the pieces for a rocking chair, but someone has put maybe like 2 minutes of time into this rocking chair. And you also see like a few kind of like boxes off to the side, and you see the silhouette of like another piece of furniture just behind the door you can't quite see. And you hear that same just kind of very soft humming. The rest of you, as this sort of door creaks open, the light in here is not golden, it's just kind of like that hazy like purple tone that the dreaming tends to have in like the afternoon. It's a little bit colder in this room, you don't hear the humming, but you do see like sort of what looks like kind of like rotten wood in that same sort of like half-assembled, not even half, less than half-assembled furniture, and that same lilac paint. It's kind of faded a little bit to like a grayish purple, more of a light lavender, but... and still continuing on, Elise, you see both.
I think Ori is inclined to go towards the voice, mimicking whatever they're humming.
Yeah. This is a tune that you would recognize, actually, I think. Nobody else would. I don't think it's lasted in time necessarily, but Ori, as someone who has seen a lot of dreams from people of this era, you kind of recognize this as just like the song doesn't stick out to you, but you kind of know the tune. And as you sort of peek around the door, you see this sort of like feminine figure back facing away from you, golden curling hair kind of pulled back and tied in a braid. Seems to be holding like a paint palette in one hand, and is this like broad brush is sort of like kind of like dipping in paint and then like swirling gold along this wall. And as you sort of turn around, you also see to the left is a mostly assembled cradle.
Oh, what are you making?
Kind of like jumps a little bit and turns to look at you, and you see this sort of like young woman shining in sort of like golden light. Almost looks like kind of like haloed in sunlight, but a little bit more, and you feel like, as someone made of like the dreaming, you are not under the assumption that this is anything like real, but like an echo of something that was real. And she kind of looks to you and, sorry, I wasn't expecting anyone. What did you ask?
What are you making?
Oh, I'm trying clouds, but I'm not used to this. I'm used to, canvas and small paintings. I'm not used to big things like this. I'm sorry, did you need something?
I'm not sure if I need anything. Maybe you need something.
Oh, I'm fine. Thank you. I think I can do this on my own. I'm fine. But thank you.
You don't have to.
Kind of turns and continues, and you watch as like the hand that paints the next like kind of cloud goes a little bit wider than she intends it to, and like she stops, and you hear her kind of like curse a little bit under her breath. Are the rest of you stepping into this room? Just clack clack. The door closes behind. Yeah.
After we step in, Elise will do the same thing she did in the last room of like, here's what else is going on, here's what I'm seeing, so everyone can be on the same page.
Sure. Absolutely. All of you step into this room and the door kind of similarly shuts behind you. And all of you this time so close to the door kind of feel the seal happen on it as this door shuts. And all of you kind of see like, you see this kind of similar figure, but she looks like kind of gaunter and slightly more like blue tinged, and the hair looks a little bit wirier, and her eyes look like heavier. You see a figure that is like much less like vibrant and gold and much more like hollow before you, kind of painting. Is there anything anyone would like to do before I continue talking to Ori?
Not anything. Wick is just like right behind Ori. I'm like, oh, Ori is the one experiencing something right now. I'm just gonna be right behind their right shoulder while this is happening.
Absolutely. Anybody else? That's okay. Ori, will you remind me what you've just said to Lysandra?
I say.
There's nothing wrong with asking for help if you need it.
I know, but but I think it's easier, really. I think if I do it myself, I have so much to do to prepare, and really, it's fine. Don't trouble yourself. It's fine.
What are you preparing for?
Oh, kind of turns and you see like rests a hand over her stomach, and smiles. And actually, Ori, in this moment, I think you become aware of like, you can feel like her dreams tucked almost out of sight in a way that is much more present than you do with others. You can feel them almost like lingering in the space above. And you think that you could like pull them forth and examine them without needing to try.
Okay. I think she'll very gently, sort of under her breath, sort of say, "I wish to see her dreams," and have them like pull into her.
Yeah,
And
you
kind of
whisper.
visualize them.
You like
just,
whisper this. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead. No. Go.
You like kind of whisper this thought into the dreaming around you, and you see she doesn't seem to react. Like whatever this sort of moment is, exists outside of your like. It seems like a moment caught in time more than something like incredibly malleable. And as you sort of like pull her dreams forth, you watch as the sort of hazy sunlight coming in through the window kind of like forms these soft clouds of their own, these like golden blurring moments. And you see her sitting on the floor across from the figure that you saw in the paintings. And together he's sort of got like both pieces of this shit assembled rocking chair. And he's kind of like looking at her and she's laughing uproariously at him as he like pulls up a different piece and sort of like slots it in, and it's very clearly the wrong piece. As you see Valerian attempt to put together this rocking chair, as she laughs and laughs and laughs and laughs. And as you kind of like look back at the rocking chair, it does not seem to be any more built than it was then.
See,
What?
where is he?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You didn't build that, which means there was somebody else.
You watch as the cloud kind of like blurs a little bit as her arm like smears into it. She looks at it and she sighs, and she like puts the palette to the side and kind of like grabs this rag and begins trying to wipe it, but all it does is like smear and bring up some of the purple paint underneath. And as she's like desperately kind of trying to like clear this paint off, kind of like half turned over her shoulder to talk to you, but not really, she says, He's coming back. He's coming back, but it's fine. It's not really. You don't have to consider this. It's fine. It's fine. He's coming back. He's coming back, and we'll do it together. And if he doesn't, then I'll do it.
How long have you been working by yourself?
He was just here, not long. He didn't leave that long ago. He's coming back. He'll be back.
You exist in a place where time does not always go the way that we need it to go. I'm
Kind of like
going to try.
turns over her shoulder to look at you. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna see if she's not. This isn't a person. This is just like a shade or a figure, right?
This is like an echo of Lysandra.
I think he's been gone longer than you think he's been gone.
She like flinches like you've hit her in this moment. She like kind of like, and even kind of like takes a step back a little bit into the wall. And you watch where like her sort of like soft looking blue dress should smear with gold. It doesn't. And she just kind of looks at you and, what are you talking about? I just saw him.
She turns around to Wick and kind of gently floats up and grabs his face.
My love, I need to know what you see. You always see what I don't. What does your eye see?
I feel like Wick, because Wick and the rest of the crew seeing like this very gaunt figure in
Yes.
front.
And I think as she kind of turns to face you all, you see like the like tear marks across her cheek almost look like cracks in marble, and these sort of like silver tracks down, as if they've like she's cried so much that they've like embedded themselves into the surface, like eroded a rock over time.
Hmm. I feel like internally this whole time, Wick has all that Wick can see right now is a future version of Ori when he inevitably dies and Ori doesn't. I don't think he can say that out loud. Yeah, he says, I see a woman grieving. And I feel like, because the rocking chairs are still unmade. Yeah, stuck in a time and place, afraid of things changing.
Does it look like time has touched this place?
Yes.
Ori floats down and gently places both of her hands over Lysandra's hands.
You feel like gripping, like bracing cold in your palms.
Me and you right now are seeing the world very differently. I don't know what ties us together, aside from maybe the dreaming. But he kind of
What?
turns and looks at
I
the dreaming.
should have just asked Ambrose to do it, but he never comes by anymore, and I'm sorry, I have too much to do. He'll be back any minute. I can't leave it looking like this. I mean,
You need to let go. I know what it is to love somebody. And to wait and to have them come into your life and then them to inevitably leave. And the thing that I am learning, just as I'm sure you will learn, is that you don't have to let them go.
I can't because I don't know how to build a chair, and well, he doesn't either. But he's tried, and I can't. I have too much to do, and
Can I build it for you? You don't
She
have
looks
to
at you.
carry.
Sorry, go ahead.
You don't have to carry grief alone.
She looks at you for a really long time, and you feel some of that cold, which, like, the longer you hold her, the more uncomfortable it gets. And just as it gets to the point where, like, it would be, like, pain, like, that sort of, like, almost hot pain when you hold ice for too long, it abates a little bit, and she just looks at you, and she nods.
Ori's going to hug her and press her face into her shoulder.
Yeah.
You've been alone for a really long time. And right now you're not alone.
I swear he was just here.
He's still here.
I'm just gonna point towards her chest and then to her head.
The beautiful thing about dreams is they allow us to constantly hold on to bits and memories of people that we love.
It's not
You may
enough,
not-
though. It's not the same. It's not. I can't feel him anymore.
That's why it's important that you remember his touch. You remember what he smells like. You hold on to those things and you use them like a paintbrush to paint the canvas of your dreams.
I feel like I can't see the colors anymore. How can I paint if I can't?
Let me help. Nori's going to gently grab both sides of her face, and I'm going to use 2 charges of my dream, and I'm going to manifest this man that she says that she loves, and I'm going to pull every ounce of everything that she has in her memories and her recollections over thousands of dreams to form this man as best as I can.
As you sort of pull this, like, little piece of Valerian into the world, will everybody please make me a perception check?
While this is happening, can I, whenever he projects, can I overlay him over Wick?
Sorry.
Yeah, you can do that.
And I'm going to tell Wick, when something is going to happen, I need you to build the rocking chair, please.
Okay.
Lark, Alia, and Tavia get to add a plus.
Nice.
Beautiful.
So 30 then.
Incredible.
31.
15.
One up me.
15. Elise, are you rolling?
Yeah, 16.
16, perfect. Ori, are you rolling or are you staying in this kind of moment with her?
I'm staying with her. It's
Okay.
important to me that she stays with her.
Yeah. My 15 and my 16. I think you become aware of, like, in the floor and in kind of the walls around you. You know when, like, this is a little bit specific, but you know when, like, a helicopter flies over a little bit low and you can feel, like, you can kind of hear, like, the rattling of, like, my window rattles a lot. I don't know if this is just a me experience. You can kind of hear, like, the slight rattling of, like, the window and the door. You kind of hear that in the structure around you. My 30s, you kind of hear and feel the same thing, but you feel it as, like, a slight disruption in some of the, like, heaviness of the magic that has been in the air, as if Ori has, like, reached into part of it and pulled some of, like, the rot of it free. You feel, like, the sort of presence and consciousness and, like, semi-sentience of the magic here, like, all eyes are here. And you don't necessarily feel it's a bad thing, but something in this castle is, like, some presence is, like, plucked from wherever it is and put in this presence in time. So you project this image on Wick. Wick, you kind of, like, look down at your arms and you see, like, that same kind of soft white shirt you saw in the portrait. These kind of, like, green curls come down over one shoulder as your image is now overlaid with the image of Prince Valerian.
Mm-hmm.
And Lysandra kind of, like, looks from you, Ori, over to you, Wick, and breathes this, like, heavy, rattling, bone-weary sigh. And doesn't say anything, but just, like, you can hear, like, hundreds of years of agony ease in that sigh and at the sight of you.
Wick, I need when you look at her to look at her like you look at me.
Okay. He's already doing that.
Yeah.
He's like, let's get this chair built. And I
He
think
just
he's
kind of nods.
yeah, kind of goes over there and attempts to build this chair. I don't know how much
Yeah.
he has done this furniture. Be like, sure, let's get into it. I'm trying
Yeah,
to
you-
build the chair.
You kind of kneel, and all of you see as, like, Wick will, like, pick up a piece of this rotting wood, and you watch almost as if, like, time, like, peels back from this wood until it is, like, the same kind of polished piece of the rocking chair that it once was. And Wick, I'm not gonna make you roll, as this, you almost feel like if you didn't know how to build a rocking chair before, you almost feel a little bit like the magic in this place guides your hand. Like, just as every time you go to be like, okay, now what the fuck do I do with this? The answer comes to you, and it's not quite your own answer. It's strange. Like, you don't hear a voice, but you feel like someone else's instinct come to you.
Yeah, I feel like while that's happening, like I think he kind of just remembers like vaguely things, like his father maybe building a rocking chair for his mom when she first got sick and things like that. And he's like, oh yeah, I know
Yeah.
how to do this. I've seen this done before. I'm putting it together.
Absolutely.
Go stand next to him. Be with him, please.
Lysandra, like, floats more than walks kind of over to you and just sort of, like, kneels beside you. And I think, like, all of you can sort of see, like, Lysandra is aware this is not Valerian, but it's close enough. And sometimes close enough just has to be enough. And you, she just honestly kind of watches. Like, she makes no move to, like, reach out and touch you because she knows that, like, you're not Valerian.
Mhm.
But she just, like, watches, and all of you watch as this sort of, like, gaunt figure, as, like, these sort of, like, cracks in the worn, like, marble of her skin begin to heal. And a little bit of, like, a flush comes back. And you watch as, like, time and pain unwinds, just like the rot unwinds from this wood. And Ori, even though you don't see you never saw, like, the kind of gaunt figure of her, you feel, like, this ache in the air, this sort of, like, whenever you would breathe, it would, like, you could feel the heaviness. You feel it begin to abate, breath by breath, piece by piece, one step at a time. It just gets a little bit easier to be here and to take up space here. And Wick... Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna say I float over near Alia, and kind of floating next to her, say, the job of a wishing lock is to take the dreams of others and to bring them into reality. I have not fulfilled my purpose in this way in quite a long time.
I bet it feels nice.
It's what Thorn would have wanted, I think.
Yeah. And piece by piece, one at a time, this rocking chair comes into shape before it sits before you. And you see she kind of, like, rises and turns and, like, sits in it and gives it, like, a sort of experimental, like, rock back and forth. And stops and closes her eyes and sighs. And just, like, whispers so soft that I think all of you but Ori, I'm so sorry, have to, like, strain to hear it a little bit. She just whispers, "Thank you."
You're welcome. And I will remember you, and I'll remember him. Water never forgets.
You watch as she kind of, like, she opens her eyes again and reaches up and sort of pulls. You can see, like, there's, like, a kind of, like, golden chain around her neck with a necklace that's, like, tucked out of sight. You watch as she, like, reaches back and unclasps it and pulls it forward, and you see there's, like, a small kind of worn locket. And she clasps it and holds it out to you.
Gently take it in both hands.
This will help you, I think.
Thank you. Rest.
Ori,
Yes.
help him. Will you? He's caught here. And he can't
He-
rest till someone helps him. Help him.
He need only do what all people have had to do since I came into existence. They need only wish and ask.
I'm glad you're here.
I'm glad you were.
Me too, I think.
Go to him. You deserve that.
You watch as she stands and kind of turns and, like, looks towards the window, and the golden light through the window kind of, like, wraps itself around her like a blanket until she becomes, like, this beam of golden light. So much that you guys have to kind of, like, squint a little bit. And when the light fades, she's gone, and you're left in this sort of, like, dust-covered room with a perfect rocking chair. No longer rotted, but whole. And Ori, as you sort of hold this locket, you can also I had a name and I lost it. I'll find it later. Is you sort of hold this boon. You can also raise one of your ability scores by 1.
Cool beans.
I found it. This is the boon of the unpromised tomorrow. And yeah, you're all in this room.
Wrap my arms around Wick. You did so good.
Yeah, I feel like he just holds Ori a little bit closer and just kisses the top of her head. I don't think he says anything. I don't think he can say anything right now.
Yeah, that's
You are
fair.
a great knight.
My friends who got the 30 earlier, I believe that's Alia and Lark. You feel that sort of presence that's been
Oh no.
of the magic and
Aw,
the
we got a
heaviness.
present.
The heaviness in the magic eases just a little bit. And you get the sense in the whole castle. But you no longer feel like your moves are being watched the way you did a moment ago.
She's got that puzzling look. Or puzzling something. I suppose that's what happens when you summon the memory of a forgotten.
I think Locke just looks sad. I think he's really gutted. I don't think he can shake the familial connection here and the history here and yeah, seeing the ripple effects through generations.
Yeah. Lark, you kind of feel like very hesitantly like Tavia's knuckles kind of brush yours, as if like asking.
I think he like reaches out with like a pinky and like locks a pinky with him.
Yeah. Holds it tight.
Well, we should, perhaps move along. Best not to linger.
Is there another door?
The door behind you has seemingly unsealed, and it's now painted a different color.
Go through it.
Yeah, absolutely. You open this door, and all of you are immediately like, kind of like, not blinded, but you have like you have to blink for a moment at just like the range of vivid color that comes into your eyes as you realize you are staring down a hallway made entirely of stained glass.
God,
There's a
damn
door
it.
at the other end.
Oh, fuck.
Whoa!
We have had too much stained glass related emotional damage in this show.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never said the word stained glass before.
Sure. Okay. All right.
Rude, BJ. You guys walking down the
Yeah.
hallway?
Of course we are.
I don't know, maybe you want to hang out in the nursery. I don't know your business. Yeah, you guys can begin making your way down this hallway. Is anybody looking at the stained glass patterns as you walk? Or are you horse blinders on? Which I wouldn't follow you for. Yeah, everyone make a perception check. Everyone who's looking at the stained glass, make a perception check.
Sitting on Wick's shoulders.
Not sitting up there.
Unnatural.
And this
20.
man's not paying attention to the stained glass.
That's fair.
19.
20? Or dirty 20?
7.
Oh, babe.
My
you know what,
perception
Tavia-
is 23, but I'm rolling ass.
Tavia will give you the help action as he sort of like leans into you and goes, does any of this mean anything to you? There's like a lot of figures.
That's a 22.
Beautiful. Okay. We'll go Elise last because you can also still see both versions. The rest of you as you walk, you kind of, you can tell that all of this stained glass seems to be like, different panes seem to be depicting like different moments in time and history. Lark, you instantly recognize this as like a double, but like a much older and more worn double of the Hall of Memory. And Alia, you've probably seen it too. I'd be shocked if you hadn't. But the figures are different. Those of you who are, except for Elise, walking through here, as you look, you, in different panes, kind of like catch a moment where there's like figures you don't recognize, and like you'll catch like a member of this sort of like little family that's stuck here every now and then, and it all seems like fairly like indecipherable. It seems to be like clear moments that are clear for people who have like context, but you guys haven't read a lot of history of this family, so you don't have a lot of context. But as, we'll start with Lark. As you're kind of looking, there's a moment where you like kind of double take and like squint and turn as it almost looks like you see yourself in the center of one of these. I'm so sorry to do this, but what is Lark's, like the moment that he regrets the most?
Okay. Oh god. Like ever?
Yeah.
Fuck. I think the moment he regrets the most is not challenging Ambrose when he was given the crown over his sister.
Yeah, you see in this sort of like mosaic of stained glass, you see yourself like center, kind of like featureless in a silhouetted way. And you see this like golden crown kind of above your head, and this like silver figure with a jagged crown above, like with hands kind of either side putting it there. And off to the side, you see what is clearly meant to be Rose watching kind of like from the shadows. And the colors down there are darker, and some of the panes of glass are like cracked. You don't take any damage or anything, you just, sort of see
just, like,
this.
Reaches out with like a fingertip and kind of like strokes the pane of glass.
Yeah. Just feels cold.
I think he stands there and stares at it. Doesn't do anything else.
Alia, very similarly, the moment that you regret the most, that if you'd like to tell us about, you can. You see depicted here in the glass.
Yeah, I think that it's strange because, like, it is a regret, but it's not one that she is, if given the opportunity, is interested changing or has to right. It's more just a path untaken.
Sure.
It's the moment that she abdicated from the Dawn Court.
Sure. Yeah.
She had to sign it away before she could do what else she needed to.
Yeah. I think what you see in this glass is sort of this, like, grand tree whose leaves are shining gold and the sun rises above it. And underneath it, you see the rest of your family. You see your fathers and your sister kind of depicted there under the tree. And then deep below in the roots, you watch as like one section continues and another trails to the side. And there you see yourself kind of like back turned away in shades of like brown and green instead of the same gold that your family's in. Ori and Wick, if you look at this mural, you do not see yourselves. You do not see your own regrets. Instead, you see, and Elise, you also see this with your perception check and with your ability to see both. You all see depicted what I think Ori especially you recognize, but all of you recognize having kind of like seen echoes of the people who once lived here, moments in their life and some of their regrets. I think we're gonna go with Elise first because you rolled such a good perception check. I think the moments that stand out the most to you, you see kind of like two figures, one that you recognize to be Valerian because you've seen them a few times now. You see Valerian kind of like knelt underneath a tree, and you see there's like a few kind of like spotted vibrant wildflowers around. and another figure kneeling across from him that you don't recognize, but in like this sort of like shades of like silver armor, hands outstretched, sort of this like kind of like dark brown hair falling, like pulled back a little bit and down in a long braid. And you see Valerian's hands are extended towards this person with like just like bright gleaming light, kind of extending in rays the way that like stained glass depicts the sun and like rays of the sun usually. And you see this other figure kind of knelt, hands outstretched underneath, and there's just like kind of a stain of crimson around like the sort of like collar or neck area. It's a silhouette, so it's kind of hard to tell exactly where it's coming from. And I think this strikes you, having sort of like just recently had this conversation with Tavia about the creation myth of the elves, as potentially a depiction of Valerian giving up their mortality. You don't, looking at this, necessarily get the sense that this is Valerian's regret, but you can't quite tell if it's this other figure's or if it's someone else's. But you don't necessarily feel like the figure extending the mortality does not look burdened in any way. The other one that I think you see sort of towards like the farther end of the hallway, you see what at a glance looks to be like a casket. It's sort of this like kind of white pillar, and all around it, around like the top of the pane of glass and the bottom and the casket itself, are these vibrant white like flowers. You can't quite tell what kind they are because the stained glass is not so specific, but it's just covered in flowers, and you see what you recognize to be Valerian with sort of like the green hair, and above him, sort of like looking down, stands who you recognize as Queen Isolde, and another figure you have not yet seen, but who also bears a crown, who you think is probably the king, just based on process of elimination. This does not look like a young Ambrose or a prince. And you see, as their hands are kind of clasped over Valerian, there is this sort of like purple magic, vibrant. And this memory, as you look upon it, this regret, like, you almost feel your heart beating harder with the strength of regret in this memory. And also a little bit of anger in this memory as well.
I think because Tavia was the one who like asked the question and helped, I think Elise is just kind of leading him around and like being like, this is what this one is, this is what the, and kind of like telling the story, but like in a very like how you speak in a museum, like very hushed,
Sure.
quiet voice.
As you're kind of pulling Tavia along at one, like kind of between the first and the last, his footsteps kind of like stutter, and their eyes are fixed on one that to you just looks like sort of like what you can't really process. I think you see maybe like the princess Lysandra, like kind of similar. You can sort of see Alia's, and it's sort of similar in like iconography. You get the sense this is like Lysandra's decision to leave. And you see like Valerian depicted behind, but you also see what Tavia is looking at, which is, I don't know if you don't know this, but what you see is Tavia kind of like standing, and underneath it almost looks like burning coals. It's kind of hard to tell exactly what it is, but it's like kind of like burning, glimmering coals at the bottom. And he's got like his hand out, and above is this sort of like golden coin. And behind you see a house you don't recognize. Like a tall, kind of like Gothic style manor.
Oh, I think Elise like stops for a second and is like, come on, I'm giving you so much intel. Why are we focusing on something non-important? And then like kind of sees what it is and like doesn't understand why it's significant, but given the like clear emotion that's sitting in this hallway, in these images, I think is just going to lightly like touch his shoulder, and she has to lean down now because she's so much taller than him.
Sure.
And it's like, it is probably best not to linger in these feelings They can keep you trapped for a lifetime. I think just want to very gently, like, put her arm around his shoulder and, like, try and turn him away a little.
You feel like a really heavy sigh underneath your arm, and he looks like he's gonna say something like vulnerable, and you kind of start to like turn him away, and he just like turns his head to you, and with these sort of like wide eyes that are a little bit shining, goes, "Why did you get so strong? Have you been working out? I didn't know you could take that. You look like you're gonna break."
If you need to be snarky right now, go ahead. Anyways, as we can see in this one, and like continues on where she left off.
Wick and Ori, as you sort of progress down this hall and like look at some of these panes, I think you become, the further you get, you become more and more aware of like, you note thorn in some of these very specifically. And I think there is one towards the end that kind of catches your attention, where you see a figure who like kind of looks like Thorn to you, but the hair is like silver instead of gold, and it's depicted in like much sharper angles than you know Thorn. Like, you don't know what this is necessarily supposed to represent, but it's like close enough to Thorn that you kind of think this is Thorn, or maybe like the other half, or some combination of the two. But you see Thorn standing with like the castle that you're in kind of depicted in the background, and between like two panes of glass, it cuts through Thorn, and you see the colors on the top are much more like silver, and the others are much more like earth tones. But you see as like the cracks from that pane of glass running between the two sends like sort of lightning bolt like cracks of gold and silver spread through the two of them, as you see this depiction of the splitting of Ambrose into the creation of Thorn. And I think actually underneath that, you see a very similar kind of like coffin-like structure to the one depicted of Valerian, but Valerian is not on it, and there are no flowers.
Nobody ages here. People don't die here.
Is this Aelia or is this you?
This is me.
Okay.
What? How much pain must he have been in? Why split himself in this way?
I don't think the amount of pain that he was in is unique. The problem was always power. He had the ability to do it, so he did. His grief is not unique or special in comparison to anybody else's when dealing with these things.
I
I
think
think it is unique. Oh, go ahead.
I think Lark like blinks and like looks up at Wick. And there's that like you see something very like raw and vulnerable there. You see like a deep like wound there of like something he doesn't feel, that feels selfish to express, but that agrees with you.
Pain are like snowflakes. They are all snowflakes, but each is built and created in very different ways, my love. It is unique because it is theirs.
I feel like you could probably tell that Wick disagrees, but is opting not to say anything. Just doesn't think like having an argument here is smart, especially in a place that kind of reacts to emotions.
Hope we can fix it or heal it. And give some sort of peace.
You know, I hope so too.
In front of you at the far end of the hall, which you are closer to now than the other entrance, a door. Sort of like embedded in the stained glass so much that it looks like the end of the hallway, but kind of creaks open.
You can't fix grief, Ori. You just live with it. Or you don't. And walks through the door.
Yeah, absolutely. You step through the door, and Lark, you immediately recognize this as like not dissimilar to the royal wing of the monarch estate. Like it looks much older and the wood is more worn, but there is this sort of like quiet like finery to the tapestries and the carpets below and the paintings here. And actually I think you notice that this part of the castle looks less time worn. The air still feels like really still in that kind of like dusty way. But this like you don't see like the like worn, kind of like ragged environments, the peeling paint. This doesn't look perfect. It just kind of looks old. As all of you step through. And you see there's like a number of doors kind of lining this hallway. But there's one kind of towards the end where it's like creaked open a little bit. And Elise, even though this is not the only thing that you hear, because you still have streaked eyes, we're just going to keep carrying that through here as the dreaming kind of like fucks with time. You hear sort of like what sounds like maybe like the turning of pages or like paper against paper or something kind of similar, and like a hushed low voice coming from that way.
I think Elise just kind of goes, ugh, here we go. And just walks to the door, very purposeful, not looking at anyone.
Incredible.
Like, I guess I gotta buckle up. Here we go.
I think Tavia like takes like two kind of quick steps after you and like looks to the rest of you as he follows after you like, I can't tell if this is normal Elise or not. Just kind of carries off after you. Do the rest of you follow?
Mm-hmm.
Incredible. Elise, you reach a very fine door with that same kind of like golden handle. And you see that this door is much more like gilded than the other ones that you've seen. It does, like, it kind of reminds you in a similar way that it did to Lark to like the royal wing of the monarch estate. And specifically like the doors leading into some of the like chambers of the royal family. And as you sort of like reach for the handle and you feel its warmth, you push it open and you see what you imagine it's like a fairly large like sitting room with a fireplace in the back and like soft carpets and tapestries, and the fire is roaring. It's nice and warm in here, and you see like kind of 15 feet off a figure seated at one of the tables here, and there's a few chairs kind of like scattered around it. And you see this figure is much more like defined. You see him like kind of broad-shouldered. You see like dark hair that's sort of been like messily like pushed back, and you see like the indent of what might have been like from a crown sitting on it for a long time, but there is no crown present here. Seems to be in like a dressing gown or something kind of similar, like something comfortable. Seated before this table, holding a deck of cards. And beside him, you see a much less defined ethereal figure, not unlike the ones you saw in the Queen's ballroom. Who has like kind of the stack of cards there and is like dealing to the empty chairs across. And as you step in, this figure, the king, does not look up, but you hear him say, "Oh, Elise, finally, I feel like I've been waiting forever. Please come in, come in."
I think like the Elise feeling Tavia right behind her is going to just like gently touch his arm or whatever she can grab, and is going to heal him, because I know he took hits a while ago, and like just
Sure.
needs the solidness of like, I have magic and that can be good. So he's gonna use like 10 of my lay on hands pool to heal him up.
Absolutely.
And then
You watch as sort of like kind of like a little bit of a bruise that's poking out from their shirt like eases from like that sort of bright like red and purple to a little more like green yellow as it heals a bit.
yes, sorry. My deepest apologies. I am here now. What can I do for you? And like enter the room.
Yeah, kind of like motions you in a little bit. All of you, as you step in, you also see that this figure, like, you can't see the difference between the two, but what you do notice is you see this figure more clearly defined than you have the others in the trials that you haven't been a part of. Still looks like there is kind of like a gauntness there, and you see like the fingers that are holding the cards look a little bit more skeletal. And the room doesn't feel like there's a warmth to it, but it's not as like warm and cozy as Elise feels. But this is like slightly more together in a way that strikes you as kind of odd as you step in. And the king kind of like motions you in, Elias, and goes, "Perfect, have a seat. Your friends can join too if they'd like. We were just dealing a new round." And this figure kind of continues dealing to like all the seats, even though they're all empty, except for the one that the king is in.
Just pick an empty chair and sit down and wait for the deal to be finished.
Yeah, in the one across from you, or across from him, you are able to kind of sit, and this like kind of like hazy manifestation of dreaming magic that's the dealer kind of like looks at you and nods and places a final card on the table. Is anybody else joining in this game? You don't have to.
Yeah.
But there are
Yeah,
more seats.
Ori
Incredible. Ori, you say? Amazing. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'm backing Elise up.
Oh yeah, get in there. Lark and Wick, are you joining?
I feel like Wick no, because like last time we joined the dance, that was bad.
Sure.
I'm gonna be an observer just in case something happens.
Incredible.
I think
Be my
Lark's
eye
following
candy and
a-
stand over
a
my
similar-
shoulder.
Yeah, I think Lark's following a similar chain of thought and kind of exchanges a look with Wick, like, yeah, okay.
Incredible. And Tavia kind of similarly, like, you see like a flash across their face of like, oh, I want to play cards. I'm a pirate. That's a fun thing for me. But kind of like looks and then looks at both of you and like sighs and will stand behind Elise. Very clearly like looking down at your cards, Elise, like not trying to hide his interest in the game, but will kind of take up guard behind the last unguarded seat here. And you can pull up your cards. So, I'm going to explain the way this game works to you above board, those of you who are playing, and then we'll get into the roleplay of it. This game is called Whispers. Essentially, the out-of-game mechanics of the in-game, you know what I'm talking about. Essentially, your goal is to get the highest number you possibly can. There are several rounds in a game. At the top of each round, you are going to roll a d12 and keep the number secret. Writing it down or recording it somewhere is probably a good idea because we're going to do about 3 rounds per game. And then after all of your cards are drawn, after you've rolled, the house will roll one. If that number matches, you double that card number. If you... everyone's going to add that number to their total unless it's the same, in which case you double your total. And then at the end of those rounds... You can fold the first 2 rounds, you cannot fold the last. And the goal is to get the highest number you can. Make sense? If anyone has any questions while we're playing, also feel free to ask. I know I just threw a lot of words at you.
So if the number matches, the total's doubled. Is our goal
Yes.
to get a number higher than that or to get that exact number?
Your goal is for your total to get the highest number you can.
Okay, gotcha.
Incredible. So these cards are dealt. If everybody could please roll me a d12. Everyone got it? Perfect. You see Everard kind of like flip a card over and look at it and like look up at all of you, kind of paying honestly like less interest to Ori and Alia and more to Elise. And after you've all kind of pulled your card up, you watch as this like spectral dealer reaches down, flips a card over. That card is a 10. And you see kind of emblazoned in the card is like this sort of like artistic rendition of what appears to be a knight in this like shining gold armor. And something about the king's face kind of looks at it and he clicks his tongue a little bit, but carries on. So as a reminder, if anybody rolled a 10, you now have a score of 20 going into the next round. Otherwise, you're just going to add that 10. Yes, keep it secret. As they sort of prepare for the next round, Everard looks up at you, Elise, and goes, "So, enjoying the castle?"
What is there to not enjoy? Yes.
Kind of like gives you a little bit of a look that's like, for real?
I think Elise kind of gives a look back that's like, what, am I supposed to say? No, you're the fucking king. Like,
You see like a little bit of a wry grin kind of form on his face, and then he like casts a glance to you, Ori and Haley, and just, and you as well. It's dustier in here than I used to enjoy, but
I like the architecture.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Familiar yet new.
If everyone wants to roll me that next d20.
D20?
I'm sorry, d12. Okay, and the house roll is a 6. If you got a 6, you're going to add 12 to your total. Otherwise, you're just going to add 6. You see, kind of like lifts his card up and looks at it, keeps like an excellent poker face, and then sort of puts it back down and just, I can feel the changes you're all making, the echoes at peace. It's nice to get some quiet here, if I'm being honest. Is that what you've come to do? Right past wrongs and...
Can I make an insight check to see
Sure.
if this is like I'm specifically trying to figure out if this is like a memory or if like there's an awareness of like the situation we are in.
Sure.
That is a an 18.
In 18, I think you see there is something a little bit more conscious about this echo of Everard. You're not entirely certain what it is. It still feels like a fracture. Like, this doesn't feel like his, like, soul lingering or anything like that. It still feels like an echo in, like, the fabric of the dreaming. But there is something about Everard's echo that has remained more conscious to the dreaming around him. Just, like, aside, different from the other echoes, if that makes sense. But, like, when he looks at you, like, he's looking at you, at least. He's not looking at, like, who he thinks you might be.
Well, you know, it is not necessarily the role of an archivist to fix things. It is more of our role to pay close attention to what is going on, make note of it, and belong to those who the power and authority fix what they can. But if I'm going to be completely honest, I don't
Please.
see a way in which I leave and something is not changed. I'm not good at being idle.
You like your job, then. As this round continues, if everyone can roll me another d12, please.
And to clarify the rules, we double
Yes.
it if we get the number they roll. Otherwise, we just add whatever we roll to our total.
Yes. You would add the house number and the number that you rolled.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
House roll was 10. If you got a 10, be sure to add 20. And you all see Everard kind of like put his cards down, fold his hands on the table a little bit, and like lean over to look at you. Elise, Mara, do you need one more second to do math? I don't want to talk to you if you're doing math. Okay. Kind of leans over and looks at you with these like, kind of like piercing, like honey-colored eyes that are like intense but not unkind, and just, all right, if I win, you all play another round. Deal?
And if I win?
You tell me. Sits back a little in the chair.
Think like elbows on the table, leans in. If I win, you get to tell me. No, you have to tell me one secret.
My secret or another secret? Or a kingdom secret?
Whatever you think would be most helpful for us to know.
Very well. Kind of looks to you, Ori and Aelia. I know these terms amenable to the two of you as well.
Mm-hmm.
Good queen bows to the experts.
Gives you like a little bit of like a nod, like a warm kind of like acknowledgement of your title. And sits up a little bit and goes, all right. Do you want to reveal your cards first, or shall I? Shall we do it on 3?
1, 2, 3.
Flips his cards over. Everard's total is 46. Did the 3 of you beat that? Any of you?
That is a 42.
Okay.
45.
39.
Oh,
Cool. You see Everard kind of like sit back a little bit, looking like very pleased with himself, and goes, well then, dealer, you'll shuffle and begin again if you don't mind. Kind of slides the cards over, and you watch as this sort of spectral like spirit begins like very like skilled in like a very like Vegas dealer kind of way, like levitates the cards and moves them quickly. And in this sort of like second of shuffling, my three friends who are standing guard, would you please make me a perception check?
Yeah, I was going to say, at the second dealing, Wick starts going around the table.
Sure.
Definitely. Okay, that is 12 perception. It's not a perceptive man at all.
It's okay.
I got a natural 20. Can I
Incredible.
combine that? I want to have been, whilst like these guys have been playing,
Mm.
I think Lark is like mentally like dissecting this man. Like he's never ever had the
Sure.
opportunity to like, this is the father of his father, one of the most
Yeah.
complicated men in the fucking galaxy. And I think he wants to like study like a hawk every move he's making, every like thing he's saying, the way he like expresses himself, the way he treats other people, like just trying to get a glean in the very few minutes that he has here of like what sort of a man this person is.
Yeah, absolutely. I should have rolled for Tavia probably. Let me do that real quick. What is that? Oh, that's not bad. Good job, Tavia. That's the best you rolled all fucking day. That's a... Oh, incredible. Great job, Tavia. High-fiving you, babe. I love when he actually rolls. Incredible. Also, VJ, can you clarify your question in the chat? I'm so sorry. Right. So we will start with Wick then. Wick, as you're kind of standing here, you said you're circling the table. You, I think, first kind of see, like, as you circle and as Everard's cards kind of get dealt, very, like, playfully and not genuinely kind of, like, shields his cards from you a little bit and gives you a little bit of, like, a sneaky look. But, like, it's very, like, jovial and warm. But as you're sort of walking around, I think what you notice is that, like, this kind of dealer spirit situation doesn't seem to be like an echo of any like particular person in memory or in time, which is odd because even the like figures that were in the ball, like they were sort of hollowed out, but they had like details that imagined that once they might have been people from Isolde's memory. This just seems to be like a manifestation of the dreaming, and it strikes you as kind of odd that Everard's will can summon that, or like not control in like a against their will way, but like kind of like have that much control over the magic of the dreaming. We'll go to Lark next, and then Tavia will kind of share what he's noticed. So Lark, as you're looking at Everard and you're trying to just sort of like gauge who they are as a person, you notice a couple things. I think one, you see like, even though your vision of this person is slightly more kind of like spectral and hollowed out, you see like smile lines kind of worn into his face. You see like he's dressed comfortably, but even still like, you've seen your father dress comfortably and there's still like sort of like a fineness in the clothes and then the presentation and probably like a few like rings and jewelry. Everard wears none of this. Everard almost strikes you as like not quite like the common man, but there is something like grounded in him that makes you think that like this is not someone who sees himself as like high and mighty above the people that he rules or whatever. I think you also notice in these sort of like skeletal fingers holding the cards, you see that the tops of them almost seem to be like stained with like kind of like blue and purple, and that blue and purple seems to kind of like ripple down every now and then into the magic that makes up his hand, almost like the remnants of something. You can't quite put your finger on necessarily, but there is something has stained them enough that this echo would not be right without it. You see also as he like looks at everyone at the table and even kind of like glances up to you at the guards, there is no like concern, there is no discomfort, there is no like, there is maybe a little bit of like when he was kind of talking about like you'll get to play another round, right? Like there was a very clearly shown like eagerness. And you get the sense that maybe more than anything, like, this is what he's after, is just somebody to, like, sit here and play this game with him. And I think because you rolled so well, you get the sense that this will be the recurring bet, is to keep them here playing again and again and again and again and again and again. As you sort of have this realization, Tavia kind of like looks over to you and like glances at the king, and then you watch as like kind of where Tavia's like arms are crossed, his finger kind of like points in your direction, and in your head, as he casts the message cantrip, you hear in your head, time is passing quicker here. Not as quick, but we should be mindful of how long we stay, I think. And a new hand is dealt. Can all of you roll me a d12, please? Well, those of you playing, not all of you, but you know what I mean. Okay, and the house roll is a 9. If you rolled a 9, be sure to add 18. And Everard kind of glances at his card, and you see him like, I think Lark especially, you see this as you're like, having just read him so clearly, you see like a tell of like disappointment. Whether it's a low card or whether he was like just close to the house roll, there's like a little twinge of like, ah, damn. And then he looks up at all of you and goes, well, I'm certain there are things you want to know or that you want. I like to play a good host, so.
Well, I am a detail of history. What's new?
He like laughs at this, and I think all of you feel like you see like the fire in the fireplace kind of like grow a little brighter, and you all feel a little bit warmer as he just like genuinely laughs and looks at you slightly incredulously and says, "What's new? Not much, I'm afraid. You've probably noticed, though."
You never know.
You are interesting, Elise. If everyone can roll me another d12.
I try my best not to let a lot of people know that I'm interesting, so you should feel.
Oh, I do. House roll is 11. If you rolled an 11, add 22. And once again, kind of similarly at the end of the second round, he like looks at all of you conspiratorially and goes, all right. Same bet on my end. We play another round if I win. And you, surely you all must want something.
I think this time Elise will look at the others at the table to go see if...
Sure.
I would like everybody here to be safe, happy, to know peace and rest.
Kind of like nods a little bit and considers your words, and then looks at you and like you don't see any sort of trait of like sign of deceit on his face. He says, there are dangerous echoes in the halls of this castle and angry remnants, but I can't promise that, but I can make you all a little stronger if you'd like. Make you harder to harm.
If that's what it takes to stop the harm, then yeah.
I admire your willingness to try. All right. And did I already ask you all to roll that d20? Or that d12?
No.
If everyone can go ahead and roll me that last round here. House roll was a 2. If you rolled a 2, you add 4. Okay. Everard kind of like cups his cards kind of close to his chest again and looks at you, Aelia, or not Aelia, I'm sorry. It looks at you, Elise, and kind of like motions for you to count down for the reveal.
Hold on, I'm double checking mine.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay, great. 3, 2, 1.
Lays his cards on the table. Everard has gotten a 41 this round. Any of you beat that?
Got a 71.
Holy shit! How did you do that? Huge. Yeah.
I rolled
you-
an 11 when House rolled an 11, so that was
Oh,
a 22,
incredible.
And I just rolled above a 5 every other time. Holy
Huge.
shit. That was supposed to say.
Incredible. Ori, what did you roll?
I got a
I'm just
52.
nosy. 52, incredible. So both of you, incredible. You see everyone like puts his cards down and like looks to Alias first, and you see the grin grow, and then like looks to yours, Ori, and it falters, and looks to yours, Elise, and falters, and the smile becomes a little bit more forced as he sits up and goes, "Wow, congratulations. The round belongs to all of you, and of course, as promised." And you see kind of like waves a hand in the air. Everybody here's AC goes up by 2. Permanently.
Shit.
I think,
Thank fucking God.
I think Elise is, like, sit there for a minute and smile, and, like, you know, feels a little stronger.
Mm-hmm.
If you wish, I will sit and play one more.
We're tied. I think we have to, right?
We must.
I suppose if
I
we
reach
must.
across and like kind of just very gently like squeeze Elise's elbow and like a little bit of a warning.
Yeah, Lark, now that you're watching for it, you see the sun move a little bit more. Another hour has passed.
I think Elise is just gonna say, if you all must wait outside, you can. I will be out to this room.
I don't think that would be wise. You might be waiting a
Smart.
little longer.
That's why they're going to make you king someday. Good instincts.
No one made me king.
Kind of like nods. You see like furrowed brows a little bit as if they like disagree with this a little bit, but like nods a little bit. Very well, another hand.
Yeah.
This time, for the sake of time, I'm going to have everybody roll their 3d12 now, and then I will give you the 3 house rolls, and then we can like role play and reveal. Okay, let me know when we're ready for those house rolls. First one is a 10. Second one is a 7. Last one is also a 10.
Three.
Wait, before we do this, right before that last kind of hand down, he looks to you all again and goes, well, if you win, what would you ask of me this time?
To rest.
Rest. You'd like to sleep? Or would you like to kick back?
I want you to rest.
You want me to rest, but I'm having so much fun. Now that people are finally here, I've been playing with this one for far too long.
But the game's gotta end. The game's gotta end eventually. And I feel like you've been waiting a long time by yourself.
Kind of like not rudely looks away from you to Aelia and Elise.
Party in the other room is over. I think your wife could use the company.
Look, kind of like in a very like boyish way, like flops their head over to you and Lisa and goes, surely you must have an ask. It's not every day that you get an audience with the Dreaming King. Would you like to see him again? I can do that. You know.
I think, like, Elise is, like, almost nodding before she can stop her. Is just, like, ready to jump, and then...
His hand is, like, half raised to acquiesce to it.
I think we have both been lonely for too long. I'll look at him. So my
Sighs very
wish
heavily.
is that you can go and play this game with the people you really want to be playing it with.
You see his like lips kind of pressed tightly together, but like nods at you and like you're allowed to ask for anything, and that's allowed. And then motions to you to count down.
3, 2, 1.
What did you all roll?
52.
Okay.
62.
I got a flat 50.
You all beat his 43. And as he sort of like looks at each of your cards, he sighs this like bone-weary sigh, and you watch as like this like slightly put together like figure. You watch as his like cheeks become the same kind of sallow and his shoulders kind of slump a little more. And he almost seems to like age a little bit. Like you see like a streak, you're not sure if it's winter or graying kind of go through his dark hair. And he sighs and he looks at all of you and just... I expected more fun from an archivist, you know?
As a group, we are not usually the life of the party.
You just shut the party down downstairs, I can tell.
Well, from one old folk to another, thank you for the game. And
Thank you. And thank you for, putting a very old wrong of mine right. As I assume you will.
I think just kind of like reaches, leans across and like grabs the hand. I hope that the future that comes is one you would be proud of.
Kind of like squeezes your hand a little bit and looks at you and then looks to Alia and up to you, Lark. And then looks back to you and goes, I think it would be very hard for me not to be.
Kind of releases it, leans back, and I think it's going to be the last to leave the table.
Yeah. Kind of like stands and like smooths down this dressing gown and goes, all right, well, kind of like looks up and you see like him like take a moment and look around this room with like the presence of mind of someone who like is here and who has watched the consequences of his choice and the consequences of the thing that he built and the people that he loved rot away, essentially. And I think in this moment, Elise, it clicks for you that so many of the regrets in the hall were his. Not all, but many lie in the weight of Everard Oaks. And he sighs, and he turns to all of you, and he offers you a bow. In a very thorn-like way, I think. And he stands, and he turns, and he motions those blue-tinged hands over to the fireplace, and the fire goes out with a burst of air, and as the cinders rise up, they swirl around him, and in a burst of smoke, as it dissipates, Everard is gone, and you are all sitting alone in a very rotted and moth-worn, but still slightly warm, royal chamber. And I think that's where we're gonna end today. Thank you so much for coming by for Reverie. We will see you back here in 1 week to pick up with more extremely normal metaphors for grief. And until then, sweet dreams. Bye-bye.